Good evening, friends. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're ready for more Monster Train 2, because that is, unsurprisingly, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing for the foreseeable future. Hello, Joe. How you doing? Good to see you, Squeak, right here at the dawn of the jank. It's going all right, Squeak. Hello, Glacier. Good to see you guys all popping in all at once. Anyways, we're just gonna hop in random. As usual, we're just gonna do that unless people have any specific requests. And we'll go from there. I saw Savagery, and for a moment I was hoping that we had Phoenix, because I saw that we had Pyreborn, but nope, it's Gilda. So, what are we doing? Did we win the last Gilda run? The one where we were doing Hydrogel? I don't think I did, but I don't actually remember. Anyways. So we got Golden Touch, which I think is okay. I do really wish that it did more than 5 damage, but whatever. Windblade is fine. I think it's a little underwhelming. And Avenger is not bad. That would be better if we could use it with... Well, we'll see what we get. Okay. Sort of interesting. So... Golden Idol right at the beginning of the run is a lot of extra gold. Because we're going to be taking every trial, essentially, because that's just what we do. Also, I do think I did lose that Gilda run, because I think I remember which battle I lost it on. Anyways, that's fine. Things happen. I lean towards taking Golden Idol for sure, because it's so much extra gold. Captain's Halo is not, like, incredible, but, like, early game, it is just a fair bit of extra offense and defense, and would work particularly well with Avenger. There's also the possibility that we have Gilda sitting up on her own floor, in which case we're getting value on 2 different units, which is pretty good. By the way, I remember you saying you'd be okay with playing a viewer's run. Would you be down to do the seed that ended my win streak? Yeah, just remind me when we're at the end of this, and I will play that. I'm totally down for that. Hello, how you doing, Aldheim? I think we're taking Golden Idol. I worry a little bit, but I want Golden Idol. Also, every time I read Golden Idol, it makes me think of the game Curse of the Golden Idol and Rise of the Golden Idol, which are fabulous games. But it always weirds me out a little bit that the Golden Idol here does not look like the Golden Idol in those games like I kind of expected to. Thank you and good luck with this run. I can't pass up Golden Idol. Yeah. Alright, anyways, here we are. Doing awesome, thanks for asking. Glad to hear it, my friend. Anyway, so what are we doing? I kind of want to take the Trample just because it works well with the melee weakness. I've heard of those games that seem really sick. They're very good. I love them dearly. How you doing, Fury? But yeah, if you have any vague interest in Golden Idol or like mystery puzzle games, whatever, deduction games, highly recommend. They're pretty short, so you can complete them in like a day if you really want to. But yeah, they're very good. They are very satisfying and fun to play. They tell an interesting story because there's like a through line across the cases. This is our life for the foreseeable future. That is correct. Like I might take a day off here and there to show off some other games as they come out, but I've been waiting so long to show off Monster Train 2, and it's very good. So as long as there are people who want to watch me play it, I'm gonna play it. How do you share a seed, by the way? Do I just generate challenge like the seed title? Yes, that's the way. You can also like copy and paste in chat. But yes, just generate challenge, and that's how you do it. So, I kind of want Guild Mother for the Trample. I don't really want the egg. Could do Bloat Matron. What I wanted... Well, alright. We're doing this. Would you recommend getting the Golden Idol DLCs? Might get the whole bundle on sale. Yeah. I don't think they're necessary for you to enjoy the game. I think the ones in Golden Idol 1, Case of the Golden Idol, I think the DLCs there are not really necessary to the story, but they're fun. They add some sort of new mechanics, and overall I enjoyed playing them, and I thought they were cool. And then for Rise of the Golden Idol, which still has its DLCs coming out, those ones, it is definitely much more linked to the story, though the main game does still just... It does do a full, like, narrative arc. There's no... Like, you don't need the DLC to get the ending or anything like that. But so far, the two that are out have been a lot of fun to play. And there should be 2 more, so I'm looking forward to those. But, yeah, it's a fabulous game. Okay, so... I'm vaguely tempted to not play the Shield Steward so that I can make them not get kills on anything. Also, I do want the Golden Touch. I think what we want to do, though, is I think I want to do Wind Blades on these just to start stacking some Valor, because I'm still going to have trouble with the boss. So it's really a question of how much do I care about Dragon's Horde versus just getting scaling for Gilda. Also, the armor is kind of appealing here. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the Horde right now. If I had the Golden Touch this turn, I'd just kill my own Steward, maybe, but that is not an option, so here we are. Alright, she takes a little bit of damage, but she gets some kills, and she gets her Valor. I am going to do this, even though it kind of wastes those, but it's just like... I don't know. This seemed like the correct option. If I had one more energy, if I didn't have the trial, I'd be willing to, like, play out a Whelp and then Golden Touch it. I'm just gonna do this and accept that I'm not getting Horde, but in exchange, I'm building up Gilda to be a beastly creation. Because here we are. It's not, like, insane, but she's got Trample. She got a fair bit of extra scaling there. I'm already getting extra gold from the trial. Like, what's her base stats normally? Yeah, and I still haven't done all the way into Bloat Matron. Anyways, so she's normally at 35, so she already got 9 kills. Payoff is kind of cute. Like, I am already getting Horde from her egg, and that also is probably a reason I should have been doing the Golden Touch. I might take Payoff here. You know what? I will take it, especially with Savagery. That's not a bad idea. Cleave is sort of good. Divinity I like. The Challenge I kind of like. We'll just take Divinity for now, though. I do want to go here, but I have a very specific set of things I'd like to see here. I mean, Multi-Strike's not bad, and I should probably do it. Sword Maiden could have been okay. Sword Maiden would be a lot better if she, like, minus costed what she drew. Alright, well, Quick is one of the things I wanted. I wanted Titanite, though. That's fine for now. Oh, Savager is wondering why you're doing things in a weird way. Yes, it's specifically I'm doing the things that I'm doing because we have Savagery Pyre, which gives a slay bonus to all units that gives them permanent +1 attack. Fen, same consume card run on Under Legion yesterday with the Balatro artifact that gives 25 cash on consume. Ended the run with 2,700 cash, and I could basically play a full hand of 8 to 10 cards in terms of Anvil. Yeah, there are some really cool things you can do like that. Okay, well, I could play out the Steward, but I don't want to. I'm gonna do that, even though I don't want this stupid Steward getting the kills. Also, I should have let the other Steward get the kill, if anything, because that one already had a kill. I realistically should be giving him some Valor, but because I do kind of want him to survive as a tank for me. Yeah, again, I could kill these things, but I do want them to survive for Gilda to hit into. But I will use these guys to kill the backliners there, because that I don't care about. I'm being maybe overly greedy. I'll be very clear about that. What does the egg behind Guild actually do, by the way? I never used that path. So if it survives till the end of the battle, it gives Dragon's Horde. And then at later ranks, it gives more Dragon's Horde and a little bit of gold. And then even more Horde and a lot of gold. Although you only get the gold for essentially one battle. Technically, you get it for 2, but it only matters for 1. Well, we may as well get a little bit of healing and then do that, because we've already got the win. Good land. So he's up to 51 now. Well, 6 egg, 400 gold. Yeah, it does give a lot of Horde and a lot of gold. I mean, I like Flicker. At some point, I probably need to stop being so greedy, especially because we are up against Savagery. And so I do need a way to kill the sweepers before they murder my ass. But I'm going to continue greeting for the moment. Rising Rage is probably worth what I'm doing. Okay, we'll take Rising Rage, even though it pains me. We are definitely going to loot this, because I think 4 is a good break point. We'll take Flaming Talons. If you were to spawn multiple Gildas, do the eggs all go to the back? Yes. So I kind of want Titanite. I think Merchant of Arms is pretty decent for us, though. Okay. Wasn't exactly what I was looking for. Zone of Silence is not bad, though. What I wanted was, like, the Quick Dagger. Ooh. So, like, this is a bad Blight to deal with. But I think that's fine. And we could do the Permanent Rage, which is pretty cute. They spawn behind each Gilda, not at the back of the floor, period, from the screenshot I saw. That is incorrect. They do actually spawn in front of her, but then she specifically... The Gilded Egg on summon retreats. And so it actually spawns in front of her and then moves behind her. Not as bad as the Spell Blight, in my opinion. Kind of. I would say the Spell Blight is worse, but just because that one's kind of like a required play every time. But Deployment Ember is so valuable that this does matter a fair bit. Anyways, I think we're taking Titan Skin 5 and just giving it to him. Unfortunately, we didn't get Titan Knight for him. And also, like, the Permanent Rage is pretty good. If I had a different unit to put it on, I would maybe take that, but we're doing this. I just wish that I'd given him Titan Skin before. But what do you think of the Spell Blight events? I feel like I skipped 75% of the time, but I also feel like I'm missing something. If you're talking about the Entropy event, that gives you the choice of triple stack minus 3 cost, I want to say, or the reserve permanent magic power. I think that one is largely underwhelming because there are some like high rolls with it, but for the most part, the triple stack isn't that much better than just doing double stack. And like, if double stack still increased the cost of a card and like triple stack didn't, there would be a higher variance there. But like a lot of the time, you're gonna hit that at a time where it doesn't like super matter to you. The -3 is good, but again, this game already pushes you towards having high Ember anyways, and also in exchange for minus costing 1 spell, you then are taking on a Blight that is essentially a must-play every time it's in your hand, which is a drain on your Ember much more often across the fight in most situations. Again, there are ways in which you can do it where like you're duping the -3 cost spell and getting a lot of value out of it, yada yada yada. But like it ends up not being great most of the time. And then the reserve magic power is pretty bad, as much as I want to like it, because I think permanent scaling is kind of fun to play around. But like the spells that you want that on, so like at least that now gives permafrost as well. At least I'm pretty sure it does. So it at least is automatically like powering itself. But again, the spells that you like want magic power on are typically the spells you actually want to be playing every time they're in your hand. And so just keep a dead card in your hand for like fight after fight after fight to make a moderately stronger spell is generally not that great. And again, you're taking a pretty annoying Blight at the same time. Now I'm on a media search in Discord. I swore I saw Egg Gilda in a screenshot. Definitely didn't. I mean, like, you can even just go back to our VOD from, like, a day or two ago. Must have been 2 days ago. Where we played Gilda Hall of Mirrors, and you can see that it was Gilda, egg. Also, related question, can you both double and triple stack a spell? You cannot. Anyways. Yeah, we're just going to do this, and it's going to annoy me, because I always get annoyed at that, but we're still doing it. We are going to remove the Shield Steward, because I don't have enough Deployment Ember. It is Knockback Archeon, but it's not too big an issue when we have Just Cause to reposition. You do take a hit from Archeon immediately. But fine. Yeah, I know you're not getting the Valor armor, but that's fine. We have time to fix it. The problem is I don't really want to play the Whelps out because I don't want them to interfere with the melee weakness. Also, I didn't get a Just Cause that turn, sadly, but fine. Okay. So I am missing the Golden Touch, which is whatever, that's fine. I made very specific decisions about my life, and we're adhering to them. And the Avenger does take tremendously lower damage with the Titan skin. It's a little risky, but we're still doing it. Especially because I would really like to play the Divinity to get her Valor up. But, fine. I would like to get that Calcified Ember out, but hey. How you doing, Panhandler? I don't think this is good enough. I think Gilda's way too low on life. But, like, you're gonna do a fair bit of damage. So, like, that's something. Okay, no, I still win this. Honestly surprised. Yeah, it's pretty confident that still worked. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, we're doing this in a different order. I just wanted to make sure that there was no possibility that Gilda wasn't getting the kill here. But we can also just kill him with the Golden Touch, which makes more sense. There we go. Alright. Stupid question, Void Blade won't purge your champion, correct? Void Blade will or Void Armament will definitely purge your champion. As many people have complained about already. But it will definitely do that. It would nullify the downside of the card if it didn't do that. I think we're taking Wings Radiance here. I kind of want the Twin Blade to merge with the Void Armament, but that's also just really unwieldy. This is pretty good for us, especially if I can get quick. I think it's fun that way. Yeah, it is, and that's why it is the way that it is. Some people just want to purge the champion anyways. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but... I could actually maybe loot that, but... God, what I really want is Merchant of Arms. Okay, we're going here. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing with it, but... Ooh. The problem is that the enchant doesn't apply to herself. We'd be taking that basically just because at the next rank she gets gold scaling. But I think we're just doing Guild Mother all the way at this point, because she gets a lot more HP and stuff. Now with my win streak over, I may finally start playing Monster Train 1 and Monster Train 2 mix right. My farm levels in Low Covenant, I haven't decided yet. Yeah, I just haven't been doing any of their... I just haven't been doing that yet, but I'll eventually do it. Alright, we're gonna do this, though well... What I really want right now is holdover, or I want -2 and then remove consume. Because I could also, if I could do -2, remove consume, I could make Wings Radiance into a pretty beastly thing. Could also do -2 and intrinsic on the divinity. I think actually that's what I'm doing. Because I can't afford the reroll very well here. I mean, I'd love the spell chain as well, but whatever. And then we're just gonna dupe that, because getting Valor 20 at the start of the fight is not bad. Fuck Kel, by the way. Bloat Matron level 2. Still, this path must suck. Well, not really. Oh, minor note. I just remember that I have the Rising Rage, so there's technically no reason not to do this slightly differently. I could even put you on the same floor as Gilda, which isn't what I was going to do, but I suppose I could. And have you be gaining the Valor instead. I think I want Gilda to be gaining Valor, though. Anyways, you're going there. Oh, I did not put intrinsic on that. Never mind. I spaced out that instead I put it on the divinity. So, back to the original plan. We're putting the train steward up top floor. Whoops. So that he's out of the way. Yeah, I'll take 1 damage from that. That's fine, I guess. Okay, and then they have melee weakness, so then Gilda can beat them to death. Right, let's just give you even more Valor. I should give you some Valor too, though. There we go. So I need him to be up front so that we hit into melee weakness. So that's why we did what we did. But I wanted to get the Collector, and that was the only way I was going to get the Collector. I suppose I could have just caused them up front, because he also would have attacked in. I don't know. Mistakes were made. It's fine. Okay. And now Kel comes out to be an asshole. We all know how that goes. Yeah, that won't do, like, any damage to you. Maybe it'll kill you. Alright, so you've got some melee weakness on you. Unfortunately, you will die at this rate, but what if I do that? Yep, then we just kill. That's fine. I take a little bit of damage. I probably didn't need quite so much melee weakness to get the kill, and probably could have healed a little bit, but it's fine. I protected the egg, which means that I still get the Celebrate bonus, which was the main concern there. Cursed Dragonstaff is cool. Greed is a weird card that we're not going to use. Well, isn't that cute? God, do I want Death Metal Hymnist? It's gonna take a lot of doing to make that line up. Because I'd have to, like, Rising Rage it, and then... like, and also just draw it in a reasonable time frame. I still kind of want it, though. I think we're taking it. Also, like, maybe I want Liquid Courage just as some way to get damage shields. I don't know. We're taking this. It's probably incorrect. We are taking this. Honestly, Manifold Mirror is not bad. Like, Ancient Pyre Tap is also pretty good for us, except that Savagery Pyre does have the lowest HP. By a fair margin. Emote Tome is very good and also does speed up the Titan fight, which is pretty appealing. But also with Manifold Mirror, I could silence the entire train, which is useful for a number of reasons. Because I've already got the deployable Zone of Silence, and so that would work. Which I kind of like. It does cut down on a lot of problems. But I do also like Emote Tome. I like Emote Tome a lot, but we're gonna take Manifold Mirror, I guess. Do I want to do the Empyrean Well? Maybe. Or specifically, do I want to do the Merchant of Magic, or do I want to buy some trinkets? Maybe some trinkets, though I don't know what I'd be looking for. How much base attack does Gilda have at this point anyways? 60. So she's gained 48 from Savagery Fire already, which is not bad. It's still a long ways off from where we need it to be. Also, I'm definitely going here. I remember reasons why I wanted the Merchant of Magic, so... Yep, there we go. Done. I mean, I could do this, which is kind of cute. And then just regain life every turn. Honestly? Fuck it. Is it the right choice? Eh. Payoff is sad? It is. Okay, we're just gonna do this. That's fine. I mean, I kind of like the Bloodthirsty Blade, but what I really, really want is not that. So we're gonna skip that. We're making a third one of those. And we're removing things. I have a lot of things I would like to remove. But here we are. Okay. I'm gonna just not play out the Shield Steward. Use Armament to remove Stewards. Maybe. The problem is, like, I do actively want the Void Armament on Gilda. I don't know that I really need it now, but... yeah, like, I don't know. You make a valid point that I might be able to use that for some free removals. Yeah, Titan Skin 5, real good, by the way, if that wasn't already clear. I really don't think I super need the Hymnist. Is it possible to merge on an already merged equipment? No, you can only merge once. Unfortunately, this does mean that collectors are worthless for us. Oh well, so be it. Oh no, I take 1 damage. Yeah, this is pretty silly with us just not having to worry about things in general. Like, just every enemy is silenced forever except for the boss, which is the one thing we don't want to be silenced. Again, do I actually care about Golden touching something? I probably should, but I do just want Gilda to get as much attack as possible. Okay. And then we just shoot him in one fell swoop. I don't really need the Brain Spike. It's kind of cute. Unfortunately, Wealthy Whelp is not amazing currently. We'll skip that. I mean, I do like Everlasting Light, but we're going to skip because I am greeting for one specific thing. Do I want Inferno Room? I think I don't, though it does solve some of my problems. Not what I wanted. Let's remove some cards, finally. I don't know, whatever. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. I'm mostly sorted, but I am a little worried about some later game problems. And if I could just get quick for Gilda, like, that's the thing I want. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, fuck it, we'll just do that. I could have also, like, ascended Kale to get him out of the way. Doesn't matter. Also, don't really need to worry about this fight too much because they are silenced. And so, like, they don't actually get to eat the cherubs. KO can still empower things, so it's not like they're getting no bonuses from this fight. But they are getting less bonuses for sure. Oh no, he died! So, like, I can just kill Kale if I want. I kind of want to just squeeze out extra Slay triggers. Like, I could have killed Kale already, I'm pretty confident. Probably be playing the Just Causes, so she can get more Valor. Yeah, I don't know, I'm fine as is. And then we just pop Kale and all his minions all at once. Yeah, I'll take Soldier of Fortune. That's a little weird for me. Just gonna take the Ember. It's a little greedy, but that's fine. Sure. Doesn't really actually help me. I mean, it's fine, I'll take it. I don't think the gold there is super necessary. Now, do I want here? Not really. Do I want here? Kind of. I think kind of is good enough of a reason. Although I could get 2 removals there. And I do want 2 removals. But... yeah, I shouldn't have taken Soldier of Fortune, probably. But, that's fine, maybe. Do I actually care about that? I suspect the answer is no, and I think I just care about the removals more. So we're gonna do that. Alright, Guild Mother 3, which normally has, what, 100 attack? Yeah, so she has gained 102 extra attack off of Savagery, which is a lot less good than it could be, mind you, but still. Don't need that. Don't need those. Okay. Rio Gaming's giving the boss like 100 reanimate stacks is stack Slay triggers. That would be cute. Would do it if I could. Okay, so Zone of Silence, and then you go there still, I guess, and you go there. Okay, so I'm going to give you one of the divinities just so that you're less liable to die. And then we just do those. And that. And then we'll give you more Valor because it doesn't actually matter what damage we take when we're just healing it back anyways. Oh, didn't realize that you have Reanimate, which is actually a problem. Well, we'll see what we can do. But I did do that to myself, and it's sort of okay. Especially if I do get the... Yeah. Well, I mean, again, this is workable for the moment. Oh, you have spell shields, I did forget. I mean, not a big deal. Well, fine. I take a little bit of damage, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of damage, but we can make up for that. And I can sort of fix this. There we go. That's all I needed. Heal one, I take one, it's fine. Honestly, I don't really need the Avenger now. Probably shouldn't have bothered to do anything with him. We're just gonna do this so I can start healing back a little bit. But I think we're in pretty good shape overall. Since I have enough attack that enemies don't hurt me. Okay. Oh, he did actually survive. My bad. Well, that's actually annoying, but fine. Well, aren't you an asshole? Well, fine. We'll take more damage, which does annoy me, but whatever. It's fine. We're in good shape overall. There we go. Because again, going into the savagery fight, like, we are going to silence all of the amalgams, which are one of the big threats for that fight. The other concern are the sweepers, which are a bigger issue, but we'll figure it out. Way too late, coffers. Shale Shell also not really relevant. No. I mean, at this point, it does not fucking matter either way. But still not what I wanted. No. 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 I mean, we're gonna take Split Anvil. And there's the dagger that I wanted. Thank God. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I hadn't seen it. I think we still would make it through, but this is definitely helpful. By a pretty wide margin. Oh, before I forget, let's buy Split Anvil. Let's do some removals. We're just gonna get rid of the other Golden Touch. I don't need it anymore. We're gonna get rid of you. We're going to make another Divinity, because I can. Mind you, I don't have any, like, damage shields, which might be a little concerning for the Titan fight, but I think overall we're pretty okay. I'm just gonna get rid of that. That's fine. Okay. Look at us go. Alright, still taking some damage, but she survives and she gets a big chunk of valor afterward. I may as well do that to save him. Alright. She just kind of murders every wave now. And everything is free to play because my X-Cost card is always the most expensive thing. Looking at this, I don't know if she would have lived with no quick. She maybe would have, but it would have been very dangerous, which is why that's what I was looking for the entire time. There's also choices I could have made earlier in the run to get her... Well, I could have gotten her a little bit of damage shield. It's not a lot, but like a little bit. And I also could have gotten Inferno Room to kill some like the sweepers. But yeah, would have been fairly awkward. Which is why I was going for the quick dagger the entire run. And why I kept passing up other things to fuse my thing to. Also, we are back to full health. Poor Death Metal Hymnist. Really not doing any work for me. So this was largely expected. Like, technically I could be drawing him on other turns when I draw the Soldier of Fortune. But the problem is that I also need to have the Rising Rage in hand. Is there any point to taking the trial during this battle, or is it just for the challenge points? It is so you can fight the Titans. To fight the Titans, you have to do all 3 flying boss trials, which are only unlocked when you unlock the Titans. So if you skip any of them, you don't fight the Titans. So that's why you have to do it. May as well give them slightly more Pyrogel, and we don't care about Breath of Heaven, so we'll just take gold. And on to the Titans. Okay, that would explain why I haven't seen the Seraph Trial yet, haven't done the Titans unlocked. Yeah, that is why. Okay. So, like, I can play the Hymnist out, and I could ascend him, but it's not gonna do a whole lot, because I don't have the ability to play the Just Cause as well. Technically, what I could do is I could play him up top, and then Rising Rage Gilda and abandon the egg. That's technically an option, and that might actually be what I do. I don't like how much corruption she's going to get across this fight, but we'll see how it goes. I think overall I'm going to be okay, because I can generally speed up the fight in a lot of ways. I'm just going to do that to get rid of the card. Doesn't really matter, but... Okay, we've solved Savagery. Basically, he's not totally dead yet, but he's basically dead. Okay. Well. We've solved Dominion. Again, this is why we did what we did, and also why I described myself as being able to speed up this fight. I was really hoping I'd get the Rising Rage this turn. I expected I wouldn't because I don't have, like, extra draw, and also, you know, they're adding garbage to my deck. Like, my deck is pretty small overall, but the chances I drew was still relatively low. I mean, it doesn't matter if I play that. And I'm not going to come out of this fight taking 0 damage, unfortunately, but... yeah, I could have finished this several turns ago if only I had done a little bit more damage to Savagery. But, alas. Anyway, there we go. Not a difficult fight. But even then, speeding up the fight, we still ended on, like, turn 6. Like, we didn't speed it up that much when I normally end between turn 7 to 9. Usually we end on turn 8. Anyways, that worked out well. Savagery Pyre worked out well for us. Normally it's not quite that good. There are some good use cases, though, as you saw with our big, beautiful Gilda that we just committed to from the beginning of the run. I feel a little bad that we mastered Soldier of Fortune here in that I played it once, never drew a single unit with it. Oh well, so be it. And another crown has been acquired. Anyways, just out of curiosity, what did Gilda end at? By the way, this is a minor thing, but since there are no longer deep links, the codes you could share with other people for them to be able to look at your run summary directly. And now you have to share, like, screenshots, basically. I really want them to add champion path-specific, like, symbols, so you can tell at a glance which champion paths they took. Because, like, they did that with the upgrades. You can see the icons very easily on these. But sharing the screenshot, you can't tell what their unit is unless they specifically, like, tell you, and that is unfortunate. Like, obviously there's other things too, like you can't see their, like, attack scaling from Savagery Pyre or other permanent upgrades, and you can't see, like, what the merch equipment are, yada yada yada. I feel like those are still more niche cases than not being able to see the champion path, which is relevant on essentially every run. Obviously, I can understand that they wouldn't want to take the time to make unique symbols for every champion path, because that's a lot of unique symbols, but even if they just made, like, a 1, 2, 3, and, like, you could then see how many they have of each of those, like, you know... Anyways, just having some way to be able to tell at a glance what champion path would be really nice. All that aside, we did end up getting 186 extra attack from Savagery Pyre, which is pretty cool. 0, 1, 2, like in Bloons. Yeah, I don't play Bloons, but that sounds exactly like I'm imagining it, so sounds great. Perfect. Alright, anyways, that aside. So, community challenges. Join challenge. Honestly, didn't know this is what this screen looked like, because I haven't done this a single time in Monster Train 2 yet, I don't think. So, Destiny Futures Values is the seed that Squeak wanted us to run. So, as far as we were told, this is the run that Squeak's win streak ended on. So what do we got? We have Fel, Fire Starters, Herzl's Horde, and we're Covenant 10. Okay. Well, Magma Cultist is good. I don't, like, love Pirate Cask. Selfless Sacrifice is good. Okay. I mean, I like Ancient Pinion, except that Fel isn't an angel. Obviously, there are a bunch of other angels, and there's a good chance that we try to do shift-based things, which does make Ancient Pinion pretty decent. Because just like getting Valor 2 on a whole floor of units is pretty good. How many banners do we have anyways? So there's like a pretty reasonable chance that we hit something that would benefit from that in either of these two spots. It's not an unreasonable assessment. I do like Split Anvil quite a bit, though. And, like, there's a lot of ways to make good use of that in, like, Banished in particular. I mean, Pyreborn, too. I lean towards taking the Split Anvil, even if I don't have, like, a great use case for it yet. Just getting, like, holdover on Divinity or Sanctuary or Benediction, like, all of those are great. I think I went double Banished and took the Wing if you want to start similarly. Big Anvil fan too, though. I will leave that choice to you right now, Squeak, because I try to play these blind. And I would be taking Anvil right here. If you want to see me try to tackle it the same way that you tackle the first early rings, I'll happily take Pinion. So, I'm going to leave that to you. Because if you think it's going to make the run too different to be of help to you, if I'm picking Split Anvil right here, like, I think that would be good. Yeah, Pinion. Alright, Pinion it is. Okay, then we got Savior and Vanguardian. Well, we're going to take Savior here. I think Vanguardian is pretty solid too, but Savior is slightly better with Ancient Pinion, and also it's really nice against Dominion in particular. So, here we are. Sadly, can't play a Shield Steward here. But I can do that. And there we go. We don't take that much damage. Okay. We're doing that so we can get the gold. We are getting all of the kills here. I would do the Selfless Sacrifice, but I would mostly just be wasting the damage shield, so I'm not going to do that yet, and I'll try to save them for a more relevant moment. Also, once we get rid of those guys, we're basically done taking major damage anyways. And so you're healing for 15. So he's currently at 59. So that should be enough. How do I want to do this? We're going to do that, or we're not going to play out the Selfless Sacrifice. He does get a fairly hefty heal, which is to say he is basically back at full health, because he gets both his 30 health heal and the 15 there, which is something. Okay, so that's still enough to get the kill here, which I think is good enough. Yeah, okay. Well, we've already won it, but I was prepared for this. Because we can do something like that, bring her back up front, do that, and, you know, here we are. And then we beat him to death. We didn't take that much damage. It was pretty good overall. Windblade is okay. I don't love it. Rising Rage is very good. Does come with Calcify Number. Cleave is also quite good. I don't know. I don't super want the Calcify Ember. Is Selfless Sacrifice actually good? I feel it's kind of expensive for 2 shields on a single unit I tend to avoid. It's good, kind of. So, for a number of reasons. Number one, damage shields are just good. Flat out. Like, they're very solid, especially if used at the right moment. They can save you a ton of damage since they are agnostic to how much the incoming damage actually is. In particular, so beyond that, Selfless Sacrifice in particular also is another way to trigger shift bonuses, which is useful, especially when you're not starting with a Just Cause. And even if you are starting with it, having something that does a shift bonus and is giving you extra defense can be really nice. Also, very notably important, to get the maximum value out of Valor, what you really want to be doing is rotating different units up front every turn. So that, because only one unit will get the Valor armor each turn. So if you're generating Valor on 5 different units, if you can find a time to rotate the back 4 units up front to each get Valor, even if their Valor ends up going up higher during the fight, if you're just getting 10 to 20 armor on each of them, that's a lot of extra survivability. And you don't really need to have the same unit up front getting Valor every turn, since it's not going to increase beyond their Valor cap. Anyways, point being is, it can be dangerous to put a unit that has no armor up front, even if you want to get the Valor armor. So getting the damage shields so that you can survive taking hits from enemies, so you can survive till the end of the turn to get the Valor armor, can be really good. That's true, it's good to keep rotating, make use of the frontline armor, it does keep them alive, yes. Beyond that, one other thing of note is that since you have a lot of positional control in Banish, particularly if you're starting with Just Cause, or if you have something like Fell's Savior ability, you can also use Selfless Sacrifice on units to pull them up front and give them damage shields, then advance something else in front of them so that they are not ever getting attacked and are not losing the damage shields. And then when the boss rolls around, you can just advance them up front with something. So then you can just be absorbing the boss hits with your damage shields while you tuck Fell behind so that she's getting more rounds to actually attack. Because oftentimes Fell is going to be your strongest attacker, at least if you're doing Unchained. I mean, just her innate multi-strike makes her a very strong attacker just regardless. So being able to buy her more time in Relentless is very nice. So that can also be another way you can utilize it, where you just save those damage shields for most of the fight, and then just use it to buy some extra rounds in Relentless. Especially when you're going into Archeon, where if you're doing Siphon Archeon, he can end up with 40 to 70 attack. And turns out damage shields are real good against that. So, I don't think it's an S tier card or anything, but for a common, yeah, it's a little expensive, but it's pretty solid in what it does. It's very versatile, and it's hard to find a time where it isn't doing something for you. So, I like it overall. I think there are better cards for sure, but I think it is definitely a card that a lot of people are overlooking, and especially with how many complaints I hear about corruption as a whole, or some other specific things like Rax the Overblessed. I think people are definitely undervaluing damage shields and tricks like that to buy you some free time. But who knows? Because again, like, Dominion doubling your corruption up to like 500 corruption or whatever doesn't matter if it's all being taken on damage shields. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much damage it is. So, anyways, as far as the actual run in front of us, Windblade is okay. I don't know. The problem is, like, I lean towards the Rising Rage, but I'm not sure I actually want it. And I do like Cleave, though I'm not sure this is the run for it. But, like, Cleave is pretty universally, like, good. It's just that I don't know that we're going to get as much value out of it on this run. I'm just going to take the Rising Rage. I'm going to skip these. Yeah, that's why I tend to Benediction, Holdover a lot versus Corruption. Yeah, I mean, like, Benediction's great. I like Benediction quite a bit, especially if we had taken Split Anvil here. We are going to go here because it is the choice I would make. Yeah. We're going to take Battle Dancer, which I still have not mastered. Yeah, okay. Do I care about Smidge Stone? I do. The problem is I would like to reroll looking for, like, Dualism or Multi-Strike. Multi-Strike in particular. Can't afford it. Not going to worry about it. Battle Dancer was my last uncommon gold border for this clan, even if it's not bad. Yeah, it's a fine unit. It's just that it competes with a lot of, like, better things. Battle Dancer is one of those units that... it's one of those things that when the demo came out, people were trying to talk about how busted it is. And again, I think it's an okay unit, but, like, for instance, I think Demonic Fledgling is just better. Because, like, it does have less survivability, kind of, because it is gaining less Valor, more Rage. But again, if you're not actually ending with different units up front each turn, you're not actually getting the Valor armor on your units. And so having more offensive potential from the shift is usually better than having more defensive potential from the shift. Especially because there's also a bunch of other ways to, like, handle your defense anyways. But also, at Covenant 10, you may notice that there are waves that have, like, 2 500 HP heavies. And turns out having some pretty solid damage output is important. Anyways, Battle Dancer is okay. It's just that, like, compared to other options, I think it's a bit lacking. But it's okay. Anyways, we're gonna do that. Although I didn't totally need to use the Savior ability yet, but that's fine. So we're going to do that, which also triggers their shifts. I would love to have somebody else ending in front, but hey. Well, I don't actually need the Pyro Gel on you, so we're doing this. Well... I would like to have the Battle Dancer up front, but I didn't want to waste damage shields. Here we are. Well, this is a turn if I've ever seen one. Yeah. Unfortunately, Fel does end up with way less Valor than the Battle Dancer does right now. Which is fine, but it would be nice. Okay, we're gonna do this. He is gonna lose the damage shield, but I think it's worth him getting 44 armor. because that's pretty decent for us. There we go. I figured I just need to kill the backliner, and then we're good. Like, yeah, we take a lot of damage on the spikes, but that's fine. This is why we got the armor. But yeah, if only Fel were an angel, we'd be getting the value of the Ancient Pinion on her. Like, again, I know it's for both simplicity's sake and for balance reasons, but I really wish that champions had multiple unit types. Because, like, Fel is so clearly an angel, and, like, Phoenix is the most dragon-ass dragon motherfucker. Like, look at him. That's a dragon. That's a dragon if I've ever seen one. 100% that's a dragon. Like, you can't tell me he's not a dragon. Anyways, that's all. It just would be nice if they actually were able to benefit from those sorts of effects. There's not even that many things in this game that rely on unit types. So it's like extra annoying when you see the couple that would apply to your champion but don't. Anyways, kind of want a Rising Rage. Don't think we're going to take a Rising Rage. Not going to take these. Moneymaker would be fine if we actually had any Horde Generation. I could take Horde Generation. Honestly, probably should. I'm not going to. And mostly I'd be taking this for the direct damage, which is also why I'd consider taking Cleave, and I maybe should have taken Cleave. I didn't. Kind of want that Merchant of Arms. I definitely want to go here, though. Honestly, Quick is not bad for us. Okay. Well, I'm not going to take another Battle Dancer, even though I could. I think I'm okay with taking Quick. Is that actually true? Do I actually care? I actually don't know that I care about Quick. I keep thinking that I'm up against Savagery again, and I'm not. So actually, I maybe don't care about that. Okay. Well, I could Dualism, or I can Multi-Strike. And I think we want Multi-Strike, partly because one of the bigger threats of Dominion is that it has a bunch of Reanimate dudes, and so having more hits allows us to cleave through the Reanimate easier. It's also easier to, like, hurt Entropy in the Titan fight and things like that, just because you are killing more things, essentially. Also works well if we ever get, like, Everlasting Light, since more hits procs it more times. Do I want to do this? Kind of. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. That's fine. Ooh. Now that's interesting. I don't really have something I want to copy 5 times. Kind of. But I am going to. Pretty confident I'm just going to do that. Okay, we have an armor, or army, not armor. So, here we are. Which, to be clear, I wouldn't do this normally if we didn't have Herzl's Horde, but Herzl's Horde already puts me to 8 Deployment Ember. So, I can play all of these immediately. It does sort of change my plans, though, because I was going to, like, slowly copy them, and I was going to look for Intrinsic on the Rising Rage and, like, Spell Chain, but I might just take Capacity now, It also means that I probably don't need the Magma Cultist, even though I just paid 100 and whatever for him. But I can also just have 1,000 Battle Dancers. The problem is I don't have like a good way to get Fel's Valor up, which does make her ability weaker. Whatever, that's fine. We'll probably manage, no problem. And then we're removing a Steward, because I don't have Ember or capacity for them. Oh no, it's Pyre Hunter Archeon. How do you decide on removing shield versus spear? It depends a lot for me on whether I have deployment ember for them, and also sometimes if I'm worried about running out of hand size in deployment. But basically it's whether I have deployment ember and capacity for them. I generally, and by generally I mean almost all the time, lean towards getting rid of the Spear Stewards first. Because the Spear Stewards, like, don't do anything for you outside of, like, Ring 1. Technically, there are ways to, like, build into them. Like, if you're getting Stewards, Chambers, or Quarters, whatever it's called. So they get the multi-strike, they can be pretty decent. But not being a banner unit really hurts them. Because you can't rely on when you're going to draw them. Whereas you know with the Shield Stewards that you are getting them turn 1. They have a decent amount of HP. And, like, if you have the capacity and deployment ember to play them out, they're not really clogging up your deck because you just play them on, like, whatever floor, whatever space you have. And if they die early in the fight, who cares? Whatever. Whereas the Spear Stewards are always taking up deck space. Because since they're not banner units, you have to draw into them, which means they eat up a draw at some point. And they basically are a dead card because they're essentially providing no value for you. So, that's the general idea. I get rid of Shield Stewards, though, again, when I know that they're not going to be giving me value. And I'm not going to be playing them out during deployment. Because that means that, just like the Spear Stewards, I'm going to be drawing them later on in the fight anyways. And them being 3 capacity makes them harder to play than the Spear Stewards, which are only 2 capacity. Obviously, there's some like caveats to this, but that's the basic idea. Oh, mirror event? Yes. That is indeed what happened here. Maybe should have played out of the Shield Steward. It's fine if I take some damage, though. Like, that's not a big deal. Yeah, that's why we're not doing it this way. Okay. I could move Fel up front, but I actually want to play out the, you. Whoops. It would help if I would actually play these in the correct order and not get distracted by what I'm doing. Had a run today with the unit box and stewards on that room. That being said, it was mostly because of that 3-cost mushroom guy. It was 6 regen, 6 bite. Yeah, Balm of Bellow can do some things. Once again, I keep playing these in the wrong order because I'm spacing out. Also, I don't really need to be buffing Fel. She's not getting any shift bonus, and she's not the major like focus of our deck now. There we go. That's all I was trying to do, just so I'm hitting more bonuses on them. That's all we really wanted. Okay. Unsurprisingly, you're dead. I can almost save him. If I had one more Ember, I could save him. But, I mean, it is what it is, not a big deal. Sometimes your dudes just die. And yeah, some of my battle dancers are going to suffer. That's okay. I also take damage here. Oh well. Honestly, that guy is fairly scary. Well, I kind of want to do different things here, but I think what we're doing is we're doing this, that, and actually, maybe I'm doing that. Yeah, I was going to ascend Archeon, but I'm actually pretty okay with not doing that. Because he's coming up here this turn anyways, that's fine. Yeah, so we need one of the ones that actually has armor up front to not die here. I actually could have just killed him, which might have been better, but that's okay. It's not like we're really in danger of losing. If I could get Fell's armor up, though, that would be really nice. Would really appreciate that. So you have, what, 24 HP, which is not quite enough. It really does just have to be you up front, basically. Yeah, we take pyro damage, so be it, who cares. So we're taking essentially 19 here. Which means that you can go up front. Again, like, this is sort of why, like, damage shields would be really nice. Because it makes it so much easier for me to make these swaps. Not that really matters. Like, Fell dies, oh well. She's not the star of the show right now. She's there purely to support our buddies. I mean, I like Cursed Dragon Staff quite a bit, and honestly might take it. Because we could utilize that with the Magma Cultist if we wanted to make him one of our units and not just all Battle Dancers. Which I think is not a terrible plan. I obviously like Eagle Heart quite a bit too. But I'm actually going to take the Dragon Staff. Ooh, Zealot's really cool, but we've got our situation sorted already. So I was going to take other things, but I think we're just going to take Capacity. So I'm less reliant on lining up the Rising Rage. Don't know what I'd want to copy. Don't know what I'd want a Merchant of Trinkets either. Like, there's some okay Merchant of Trinket options. But we'll go here. Let's see what we can do. There are definitely some, like, good things we can hit. Dragon Staff's interesting. I took the advanced card. I mean, it's a good card. I do quite like Eagle Heart. But I think in this instance, just being a... Like, if I had already gotten rid of the Magma Cultist, like I was considering, then, yeah, I would definitely have done that. But with the Magma Cultist, being able to just, like, delete enemies is not bad. We definitely don't need Vanguardian. We're taking Savior 2. I'll tell you right now, we're also taking Savior 3. Well, holdover, remove, consume with Eagle Heart could have been real good. There's also a lot of things that you could have done, like you could have taken remove, consume, and then dupe it, and then do -2 on one and holdover on the other. Or if you had taken energy, you could just put holdover and then dupe it, and you'd have enough energy to play out both of them every turn, which would not be bad. There's a lot of things that could have been done here. But I'm gonna do this one, I think. Fortunately, I don't have enough capacity or energy for other things. I don't know, man. I might just dupe this now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I can't use it yet, is the problem. But that's fine. Here we are. Okay, so Fel, Battle Dancer. Let's get the Cultist in there somewhere. So we can fit one more unit. We'll just give you some of that. Yeah, and you are dying, whatever. We knew this was going to happen. That's fine. We're getting some Valor, though we're not quite that strong yet. Unfortunately, I can't kill you. Oh well. And then I can't do that either, which is okay, I guess. It was a choice that was made, but I think it's overall fine. Sadly, I don't get the Collector. Really would have appreciated the gold. Oh well. And then we just continue buffing the troops. Alright, I'll play the Shield Steward out. I could have ascended him to top floor. Maybe should have. I don't think it really matters. Especially when I'm also wiping enemies with the Dragon Staff. I should have done this in a different way where I wasn't putting a damage shield guy up front. Not a big deal. Especially since we have holdover on the Selfless Sacrifice. Now, I don't have a ton of attack, so Ajax does kind of cut through my attack, but it doesn't actually matter. Especially because Fel stands up front and absorbs the extra sap that he does. Also, I have, 5 dudes who are attacking for moderate damage. So even though I don't have like the highest attack, it doesn't matter too much. Begone is okay. Also, technically, can be used to give melee weakness to Dominion. I don't really care. Benediction is good. I definitely would have taken this without hesitation if I had taken Split Anvil. Ancient Pinion has worked out pretty okay for this. It's not, like, insane, but it's pretty good. I might take Benediction here. It is just a lot worse for me in the current environment. Fine. I don't think I need it. I'm going to take it anyways. Dragon's Breath is good. We're not taking it. It's fine. I kind of want to go here. There are some interesting things I could get. Yeah, let's find out. Everlasting Light is one of those things we wanted to see. Do I want Shattered Halo at this point? I think the answer is no, and I can tell you right now, we're not taking Capricious Reflection. Well, Hell Furnace is cute. So far, we've had the same path. We picked different things for sure. I look forward to seeing what you picked at the end. I'm going to take Hell Furnace. I don't totally need it, but we're going to do that. We're going to take that. We're going to reroll. We will take this and combine those together. That's fine. We'll do this. I do need to remove cards from my deck, and I also would love to have higher Ember per turn. But here we are. Yeah, the draw -1 does hurt me because I already am struggling with that a little bit, but so be it. Okay, so Fel, Cultist, Dancer 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you go there. I died here because of the trial, I believe. Fair enough. Yeah, there's no reason to be equipping this on the Cultist specifically. Yeah, you're dead. That's fine. I kind of expected that to happen. Or maybe next stage, actually. Fair enough. I guess I'll play you out just in case we get the Rising Rage next turn. He gets a little bit of corruption on him, but that's handleable. Alright, I take a little bit of fire damage. Oh no. We do have some corruption, but it's not going to be enough to, like, ruin us. Especially when I'm actually allowing my dudes to get their armor. And she can use Savior every other turn, which is pretty good. May as well just prevent myself from taking damage. Also, we're giving Pyrogel 5 to every enemy on Incant now, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, we're having trouble getting Fel far enough back to trigger a shift on everybody, but again, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not doing insane damage, but man, are we shredding his Titan Skin. That might be the lowest I've gotten his Titan Skin. I mean, it's definitely the lowest I've gotten his Titan Skin in quite a while. I mean, do I want another Everlasting Light? I kind of do. I think it's honestly overkill, but I will take it anyways. The problem is I would like more draw, but I also really just want more Ember. So we're going to take more Ember, I think. Okay. We're gonna do that. Do I want to hold over this? I kind of want to hold over that. You know what? It's a little weird, but I will do it. So that's going to get the -2. That's going to go there. And then removals start happening. Which I should have removed more, spent less, whatever. So be it. Could do the Rising Rage for just like another free shift on turn 1, which I don't hate. Could also just do this so I have another 0-cost thing. The problem is it like slows down my draws if I'm using it all the time, but also like how much does that matter to me? And I suspect the answer is not actually that much. Also vaguely considering doing the Benediction. That's kind of cool. But I think we're just doing this. I don't think we really need to, but it is what we're doing. Lifesteal is not a big deal for us. Okay, so. Honestly, I could be setting up on a lower floor, but here we are. Alright, so Dancer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 goes down there. So, Rising Rage. Benediction. And we take a little bit of damage, that's okay. We're already pumping out 481 on Kale. And we're in pretty decent shape. Like, yes, the enemies do get fairly strong, but I'm not too worried about it overall. And yeah, I don't get to use the Selfless Sacrifice. Oops, I can't put you up front. I mean, if I lose one of the Battle Dancers, honestly not a big deal, but it was not what I meant to do. Oh, she is also dying. Never mind. Let's go back to the original plan. I just thought I could get her out, but turns out that doesn't work either. I should pay attention to who has damage shields. No, I think it really just is whoever I play. Okay, I can do that. As long as I kill one of the enemies, they survive. Alright, fair enough. Okay, well, you are a superfluous Battle Dancer. You are getting that, because I can. And then here we are. I have a fair amount of power. I still don't have my Cursed Dragon Staff, though, which is a problem. But this was a known problem. I'm gonna put you up front just because I know for sure you survive, because you have more damage shields. And, like, it's a little suboptimal for the shifting, but doesn't matter so long as I'm keeping my dudes alive. Yeah, whatever. Have some Pyro Gel. Okay, don't actually need to do anything. There's not really any benefit to doing all this, but still gonna do it for my own enjoyment. There we go. And thus, victory is acquired. Yeah. This is a pretty cool deck. Don't need the Cursed Dragon Staff. Tome of the Lost Path is honestly pretty decent for us because it gives us extra shifts. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm honestly not going to worry about any of these. They're good, but like with my bad draw situation and with it being kind of important that I hit certain cards, we're not going to worry about it. We are going to go here so that we can get deployable on another thing, which is going to be the Dragon Staff. I like the rest of these, but that's the important one. So I only need 5 of these. And I did do intrinsic on that. Okay. So let's get rid of one of you. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Even though, like, the fire starters are okay, since they do apply a lot more pyre gel, since I have the hell furnace in the room, yada yada yada, doesn't matter. Yeah. I might just set up on bottom floor, even though that means that I wouldn't be able to use one of my battle dancers. I also don't know if I scale up fast enough for this, but we're gonna see how it works. There we go. Just barely enough that we get it, since we do apply a lot of pyre gel. Okay, and I think if we're able to do that turn 1, then we're going to be fine for every turn hereafter. Like, yeah, I take a little bit of damage, and the Battle Dancer on mid-floor is going to die. Who cares? These things happen. I wish I could get the Collector. Oh well. God, so close to getting the kill. But if I get a fire starter, which I don't have that many in the deck, but if I get any fire starter, I get to kill you. There we go. It's all working out well. Okay, yeah, I lost here for sure of not having enough damage. Fair enough. It's a little bit on the edge for me. Like, you can see that I'm a little struggling. It would be fine if I didn't set up on bottom floor. And if I had played this fight in a little bit different ways, it wouldn't be going so well for me. But I have enough. And the longer the fight goes on, the better I get, just by the nature of the shift scaling and all that. Also, just having the Magma Cultist with the Hell Furnace is, like, doing some real good work for me. I think I'm confident saying that I found something that is both consistent and broken to the point. I'm on an 8 Titan streak with the last one being a 25-minute win. What did you find? And are we talking like a glitch or just a play pattern? Play pattern? What is the play pattern that you are describing? Ta-da! Well, we took 2 damage, but that's fine. Could take the Demon Eyes. It would speed up Dominion. I'm not going to worry about it, though. Not going to worry about it. Awoken with Pyre, Savagery. The backline units of Awoken synergize extremely well with the Pyre, and the rest is just putting... Yeah. This is known. Because you get so much extra power from the Slay triggers and yada, yada, yada. Turns out it works very well with sweep units. There's kind of a reason that Monster Train 2, for the most part, cut out sweep from being reliable. And by that I mean there's only 2 sweep units in the Monster Train 2 clans, and one of them's a rare. Turns out they recognize that sweep is a little too strong when it's so reliably accessible. To that end, I do actually kind of hope that when they update the Monster Train 1 clans, if they do, that they remove sweep from most of those units. Just because, like, Monster Train 2's clans clearly show that they don't want sweep to be so accessible, and there's no, like, sweep equipment, which again shows that they don't want it to be highly accessible. Isn't there 3 sweep units? What's the one I'm forgetting if there are 3? Because all I can think of is Zealot and Test Subject Alpha. Oh, that's right. Selene Acolyte is the conditional one. You are correct. There is another one, but that one, like, again, has a condition to fulfill on it, so you can't be as reliable. Like, you have to build into it. And I think still having 1 per clan is a lot less reliable than having 2 per clan. Especially because if you really want to, like, pursue that game plan, you can do Awoken with, for instance, Stygian, and then you can have a shot at 4 different sweep units. So, yeah. I did not press a single thing there, which worries me that my mouse did that all on its own. But anyways, yeah, so I hope they remove sweep from those units. I'll tell you right now, I strongly doubt that they would, even though I think it's way healthier for the game if they do, because I think they don't want to... I think they'd be afraid to change up the clans to that degree, but also, like, I think they should, when they've already shown that Monster Train 2 recognizes the power of sweep and wants to make it a lot less accessible. I mean, sweep is basically the whole gimmick of some of the units. They'd have to fully rework it. Yeah, fully rework it then. Like, as I've been ranting about for the past several weeks, like, Husk Hermit is already a boring as hell unit. It just says sweep. That's all. It's basic stats and sweep. They can do so much better than that. Especially when we already have Test Subject Alpha, which is sweep and quick on 1 unit, and just, like, slightly less HP. In a clan that doesn't really care about max HP for the most part anyways. Like, we can do way better than that. I did 1 Razor Sharp Titan kill, but I totally didn't need to. Yeah. I'm sure that's going to get fixed, so that's clearly just an oversight. Also, thanks for the follow. I definitely missed it, but I appreciate that. So I can either dupe or I can remove. I think I don't strongly care about the duping. I could heal, but it doesn't really matter to me. We're just going to go here. But yes, all that to say, I do agree that that is strong. I don't think it's that big of an issue since it is using 1 specific pyre and sort of 1 specific clan. And especially if you're using, like, random, like, yeah, you'll run into that sometimes. Not often. I do want Awoken to have less sweep units and Stygian to have less sweep units, especially because the Stygian sweep units are pretty boring. And not just boring. What's annoying about the Stygian sweep units is that literally for the last 5 years, what people have essentially said is the only relevant text on those units is sweep. And that's true. Like, it doesn't matter that Cold Kalia or Kalia applies Frostbite on hit, because it just kills them. That's the whole point. Does not matter that it's doing 3 Frostbite. Utterly inconsequential. If you want to make it a Frostbite unit, rework it so the Frostbite is the actual important part of the unit. Do incant triggers apply in order of the units from front to back? For instance, if you had Dragon Staff behind the Cultist, would it apply Pyre Gel and then ping? I don't remember. I think that might be true, in which case, yes, that would be a good reason why I should probably have the Cursed Dragon Staff on it. But I have not been paying enough attention to see if it is applying the Pyre Gel first. But yeah, I don't remember. Most things in this game do activate from front to back, so it's probably the case that that's happening, and I should go back to putting that on the Cultist, like I originally was doing. Honestly, just wasn't thinking about it, but... also, I should have taken this first, probably. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we'll take Valor, grants additional. Could take the Golden Idol. It's technically worth more score by taking it now. Actually, it's not, because the next trial doesn't give gold. We are getting rid of fire starters, I think. Like, they're fine, but the shifting is just much better for me. I would get rid of the Pyre Casks, but those do consume. There we go. Okay, and then Dominion should be not a big deal. Although the Scourge dudes are annoying. And that does kind of make me want to set up on bottom floor. Even though, once again, I would not be using one of the Battle Dancers. I think we're just doing this. Whoops, I'm a Death Fell in the back. I could also use the Rising Rage on turn 1 to move Dominion off of my floor, which I also kind of want to do, but I don't think we're going to. I think what we're doing is we're just going to give you some damage shields. You know what? Already forgot that I have Wing Steel. And I do think I actually got more value out of doing this, but that's fine. So we're going to do this first so you gain armor and everyone, and then we're going to put you up front so somebody else gets the armor. And then we're doing 700 some damage to Dominion. I do suffer from the corruption because he's lame, but I think we're mostly okay. Alright, well, I take a little bit of pyre damage, and I am taking the corruption. We just need to murder Dominion, though. The great and terrible foe. Yeah, but you would die that way, which is what I thought was going to happen. I could also do it by just not playing out the Scourges, which I'd also considered. I don't know that I super need to concern myself with this, but I kind of want to. Yeah, we're just going to take the Scourge damage. I'm not sure that I have to, but we're going to do it. I definitely want the damage shields, and I do want Fell's equipment. Except she totally died because I was not paying attention. Well, Never mind. I thought she was surviving, but I guess I wasn't paying attention. Well, I might redo the fight in a moment, but I think we're still fine, even if I am taking damage and let Fel die for nothing. I thought for sure it said that she was surviving. I guess it didn't. It's fine. Yeah, no, we're redoing this, because I definitely made a mistake on that turn. Also, I do think I probably should just be setting up on bottom floor. Like I had considered. Just because getting the Scourge cards is actively annoying when I am using... whoops, Fel needs to be in back. Guess you had the red X, last unit was not dying. Yeah. Again, this is the problem of having a bunch of reanimate enemies in this fight. They make it much harder to be killing everything. Whoops. That goes there. That goes there. But yeah, anyways, having the Scourges is a problem, among other things. Okay. I think this will go a lot better setting up on bottom floor. I was trying to do it mid floor so I get the extra Dancer, but I do think it is better for us just not getting the Scourges. I think that is important enough that we need to handle that. Well, I would like to play her equipment, but I think this is more important. Oh, Dominion. How I hate you. I don't hate him as much as a lot of other people currently hate him, but mostly he annoys me just that. I hate how he affects your backline. But here we go. We're still doing a fair bit of damage to him. Just not an insane bit of damage to him. Well, we'll give her the equipment now. I've heard at least one person say they reset whenever it's Corruption Seraph. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that. I think that's an overreaction. I get why they say that, but as much as there are aspects of this fight I dislike, I do think that it's not overall, like, a ridiculous fight. Like, you should be able to beat it pretty consistently. There we go. It's just annoying. Like, again, I dislike that it... I don't know. There's just multiple things about it that I dislike. Mostly I dislike that it makes it much less viable to be running a bunch of like lower HP units. And a lot of clans don't have a good defense against his corruption. Like, you can't stealth it. Healing doesn't matter a whole ton because it just stacks up beyond the amount of HP that your guys have. It's a little less of a problem now that he doesn't keep applying extra corruption during Relentless, but it's still annoying. And I just dislike that. Again, my big main complaint is really just that it doesn't interact with the defensive options of most clans. Like, Regen does fuck all against it. Valor is a little wishy-washy against it, but is sort of fine. And then Stealth does nothing, Regen does nothing. I think I already mentioned Regen, but the point is, it's just not ideal. And then I also dislike that we have too much overlap between the Seraphs, because again, like, both Corruption Seraph and Savagery, like, one of their main focuses that they both are doing a lot of damage to your backline. And then Dominion and Entropy are both adding garbage to your deck. Like, we should have one Seraph doing messing with your deck. We should have one Seraph doing heavy focus on backline damage. We should not have every mechanic being doubled up by 2 of the 3 Seraphs. And I think it's a failing of a design that we're double dipping so heavily. Like, obviously there's some differences between them because, like, with Dominion, the Scourges are coming from the waves, and with Entropy, the Scourges are coming from Seraph itself. Not enough of a distinction to be relevant, though. Yeah, we'll set up on mid-floor. Because the first wave has a Scourge dude, which is annoying. So we'll at least set up here so we can kill them a little faster. It's whatever. Whoops. I need to play Fel there. I knew there was something wrong. Don't mind me as I make the same mistakes repeatedly. Because I'm just not paying enough attention while ranting. Okay. So, you're on the correct floor now. Okay, we're gonna take some damage, yada yada yada, things happen. Such is life. Unfortunately, I can't play out the selfless sacrifice now, but it is what it is. That is not the one I meant to pull up front. Whoops. Yeah, the one I meant to pull up front was you. Okay, so it's you who I need. There we go. I did it correctly this time. Yeah, I love this shit. Boy, do I love just drawing into garbage. Unfortunately, the sap does affect me a fair amount, but that's okay. We're still going to be alright. We definitely outpace it. Also, if I really wanted to, I could just, like, not play it for a turn or two, but it's not that big deal. Entropy Pyre feeling? Yeah, fuck Entropy Pyre. And there's nobody out there who can convince me that Entropy Pyre is well designed. It is by far my least favorite Pyre. Okay, so. Yeah, I'll give you the Everlasting Light rather than doing the Benediction. We do have to wait one more cycle on Savagery, but that's fine because we have to wait on Dominion as well. Which again, I could technically draft for them, but like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Alright, look at us go! Generating so much armor. and delicious Valor. Anyways, Entropy's down. We are taking Corruption on basically all of my units because they're all just getting to suffer from it. Oh well. Yeah, we're totally fine. And then Dominion dies next turn, so does Savagery. Ta-da! Look at us go. We'll even put Fel up front, just for the sake of it. Yeah, anyways, there we go. I was kind of hoping to, like, Rising Rage Savagery to avoid him damaging my Pyre for a turn, but didn't get to do that. Just didn't draw it at the right time, which no surprise. I have a bunch of holdover cards, and they're adding a bunch of garbage to my deck. We did take a bunch of damage. Oh well, so be it. It's not like we were in danger, which again is sort of my big problem with that fight. I mean, I have a lot of problems with that fight, but GG, thanks for playing the run. No problem. Like I said, I think it's fun to... I think it's both fun and helpful to see other people play a run that you struggled with. Just so you can see, like, what else could have been done. And, you know, see how their choices differ. I think it's nice. Oh, and you're not on this one. Gotcha. I did want to see your deck, but unfortunately can't see it because that is not how it works in this one, apparently. It's fine. Not a big deal. I was just curious how our decks differed. But there we go. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, it's whatever. I think it actually might have worked the same way in Monster Train 1, but I feel like it didn't. I don't know. Not important. Yo, over 50k despite the Pyre damage. Yeah, it's not that hard to hit 50k if you're fighting the Titans, even with taking a bunch of Pyre damage in that last fight. And, like, you can take a fair bit of Pyre damage across the whole run and still hit that. Like, you see me often just not playing out the Vengeful Shards because why bother? But so be it. Alright, this is a start, I suppose. I basically took the Revenge Valor guy, then Battle Dancer, then Zealot, try and swap the Dancer and Revenge for Valor. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Zealot's a great unit, though. And there are some, like, decent things you could have done with Zealot there, like with the Hell Furnace, that would be pretty decent. But you got Zealot offered so late in the run, and obviously I just think there are some, like, much stronger things you could do. Also, while I did make good use of the Angelic Pinion, the Angels get armor, or not armor, Valor on shift. Like, Split Anvil would have been real good there, for sure. Died to the floor before Sarah for not having enough damage. Dragon Staff is a much cleaner solution for clear than the Zealot I was trying to use with no quick, for sure. Not saying it's bad or anything, but yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Zealot's good, but he does have, like, hoops to jump through, which, again, I think is basically where sweep units should be positioned in this game. But yeah, like, you really do want quick if he's your backline clear. The Dragon Staff is very good for that. Having Savior Fel also makes backline protection a little less necessary, since by rank 3 she's able to armor up the whole team. Not that I was doing, like, a great job of that, because I wasn't putting much Valor on Fel herself, and Savior's ability scales on her Valor specifically. Eagleheart also could potentially do enough if you had enough damage, since you can get, like, the attacks early. And just, like, kill enemies before they have a chance to attack. Like, there's a lot of things you can do. Also, you saw me generating a lot of damage shields, which also works pretty decently. And again, if I had taken Split Anvil. There's a world where you could have built a much more like Selfless Sacrifice or like Benediction heavy deck. And that also would have been pretty good. Anyways, we have Bullet. We have Spore Launcher. I really like Spore Launcher. Really don't like they can't fit Bullet and Spore Launcher on the same floor because it's fucking stupid. We do have Bogworm, so technically they'll be able to fit after one battle. Unfortunately, we are up against Entropy, which has the Silencer enemies, which are the worst enemy in the game. Truly indefensible design. And I don't love starting with 4 equipment, even though Loam Coat is good. Okay. I might take Sinner's Salve here. I like Ever-Churning Soil, though it's a little weird because it is contingent upon you actually having a lot of cards in deck. You meant to take Silence for to silence the Silencer. It's sad how actually correct that is. Again, I really honestly just want Zone of Silence and Inferno Room removed from the game, or made like twice or even 3 times as rare as they are. I don't like how often they factor into winning gameplays. Because we just shouldn't be promoting generically good cards. They should not be like one-size-fits-all problem solving so consistently. Anyways, I think we're taking Sinner's Salve. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Well, Executioner's bad. So Hiveminder it is. I mean, Hiveminder's good, but it's also like a little awkward for us. But that's fine. Right. Well, that's all we can fit. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I meant to equip the Loam Coat to him. I just kind of wanted to get the Valor on him, but I think I actually care more about just doing that. Excuse me. Have you used the Sap Mushroom Lady yet? Are you talking about the champion, Madame Lionsmane, or are you talking about Enchantrel, the rare unit? I suppose the answer either way is yes, I have. And yes, Enchantrel is very good. She is a little unwieldy since she is 3 cost in a clan that already has some Ember problems and wants to do a lot during deployment, and she's a synergy piece, so you do need to be doing other things and not only playing her out. But yeah, she is good. I really wish that we had gone the other Loam Coat for this guy. Yeah, a bit late, but we're just going to try to give Bolette a little bit of extra power. It just, if we had gotten, like, Spawn and Loam Coat on turn 1, we would have gotten so much more power here. But sadly, we did not. Like, we did okay, but it could have been a lot better. Also, I did not catch which floor got the size increase. We're gonna take Green Recruit here. And we're gonna skip those even though the challenge could be good. We are going here for a number of reasons. Endless is one of them. Is there a max floor size capacity? Like, do you mean, is there a maximum number of units that can fit on a single floor? If so, the answer is 7. Both for allies and enemies, it is 7. 7 each. If you're talking about, is there a maximum number of, like, capacity pips that can be on a floor? No. But it also doesn't matter because there is a capacity limit per unit of 6. No unit can be larger than 6 capacity. So, it doesn't matter if you have 40 pips to the most part, but yes, you can have it go higher and higher. Oh, I see you didn't know about the 6 limit. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little arbitrary and mostly doesn't matter and actually leads to some unusual game states. Like, for instance, if you have 7 capacity on the floor in this game and you have Bogworm's Growth, the equipment that gives plus 20 at the end of the turn, but increases the unit's capacity as long as there is still space on the floor. If you have 7 capacity and a 6 capacity unit, they'll just keep getting the bonus every turn because they can't go beyond 6 capacity, and so there will always be that 1 extra capacity on the floor. It very much feels like it shouldn't work that way, but it does. It's not a big deal that it does, but it is strange. I'll be honest, I kind of want to take squad leader here, even though it is incorrect. I still kind of want to do it. Fuck it, we're doing it, and we're gonna hope that Bogworm cooperates. Yeah, the problem is I can't re-roll and hit. Like, I can't afford Dualism or Smidgestone if it shows up. I tend to dislike Squad Leader. I feel the 1 capacity could be better used with the Smidgestone. Anything else or Green Recruit really depends on what you're doing and how much spawn you are generating. I will say that I don't think he's amazing. I don't think... So, couple things. I don't think the comparison to, like, Green Recruit is necessarily fair, because Squad Leader can be put down during deployment phase, and you can then afterwards overstack the floor with Fungi, whereas Green Recruit, you always have to be leaving capacity open, and the fact that he generates Fungi, even if you're not generating Fungi any other way, means that he's always minimum basically 2 capacity. So, he's kind of larger than he looks. And also, like, yes, Smidgestone is great, but you're not always going to get Smidgestone. But anyways, also, like, there are a number of ways to generate a lot of Fungi, and having a Fungi stack that can do dramatically higher damage and trample is not the worst. Especially because you can still give them equipment just like any other thing. So you can give them, like, Void Armament and give them Multi-Strike or whatever else. I suppose at a certain amount of stats, the trample does more than enough. Yeah, like, it is definitely on the weaker side of what Under Legion can be doing. But it's still not bad. Or at least it can be okay. Anyways, I could have played the Spore Launcher here. I should have played the Spore Launcher there. I didn't. Also, I did totally space out that we had the trial. Don't mind me as we actually do that correctly. Where we play you up on top floor, and then you there, and then you there. Okay. So we do that to kill those, even though it means that poor Bullet is missing out on some power. Suppose I could have also had you on top floor and could have had the troops smash over them. Technically an option. Damage buff is higher than I think it would be, I suppose. It's like 40% more fungi DPS. Yeah, it's pretty notable. Well, I don't know. That's what we're doing. I don't love it, but Golett is very low in life. You know, this whole time I was totally spacing out, thinking that I had enough capacity. Oh, it's because I was doing this on bottom floor. There was a reason I was doing this bottom floor. Well, fuck me. Alternatively, I can just put Golett with a Spore Launcher. Okay, we're redoing this. This is not working the way that I wanted it to. Alright, I don't know. We're doing this. We'll see how it goes. I think kind of no matter what, it's not going to work the way that I want it to, which is a little sad, but whatever. It's fine. We're going to take some damage. I mean, it's not like that fine, and these guys are a meaningful problem. Unfortunately, I am not doing super well with the whole kill enemies and also not take a bunch of fire damage. Alright, have a nice rest, Fury. Always good having you. I did this in the wrong order. Because what we're supposed to do is do that, then play him, and also give you the loan code. Again, I am letting my greed get to me to a non-trivial degree, but so be it. And you take 20 damage. Okay. Oh, I should have played you in front. It doesn't really matter. Do you think you'll ever try to push Endless? I did a couple times. It was pretty boring, but at least I died pretty quick at circles 3 and 5. Nope, not really. Like, I'll probably do it once just for the, like, sake of it, but no, it does not appeal to me. Oh, so you're wrong ordering. Whoops. It does not appeal to me. Like, I'm not big into... I suppose I could play this here this turn, actually. I might want to do that. I think I actually kind of need to do this, because it does dramatically higher damage in a way that I think I need. And it kills the backliner. Anyways, yeah. Endless is not my thing. The game is definitely, like, designed around ending at a particular point, and I think it will just get pretty boring if you are going heavily beyond that. Also, I don't love, from what I've seen of Endless, like, you have to always be taking, like, a curse and a bonus, and I'm not big into taking on a bunch of curses. And, like, I don't know. It's also not really Endless in that it is designed to kill you fairly quickly, since the enemies scale out of control way fast. I don't know. It's just not my thing. It's there for people who want it. That's fine. Not my thing. Do I want an Infectory? Yeah, kind of. I also kind of want the other things. We'll take the Infectory here, I guess. We will skip on those, even though the Divinity's alright. Yeah, Circle 5, the frontliners had like 6 times stats or something. Yeah, the reanimate guys also get to like 5 reanimate pretty quickly. And when you've got like 2 or 3 of those in a wave, and that's a problem. When they're doing like 40 damage a hit and have 5 reanimate, it's very, very hard to deal with that. Merchant of Arms is fairly good, but I think we want to go here in case we hit the Smidge Stone and Dualism. Because, God forbid, they just change Spore Launcher so you don't have to pay the Smidge Stone tax. Okay. We hit Smidge Stone. We can use the unit now. Still really irks me that that's the case. I mean, I like Balm of Bellow. I don't like it here enough. I might take the Cluster Kernel, though it is hard for me to do that currently. Is there a mechanical reason why you can't Dualism spawn, or is it just balance? Honestly, don't know the answer. I would assume it is a number of things. So, I don't know if it's entirely intentional, but spawn is a separate keyword from troop. And I imagine that they are separated for some mechanical reason. And so, on a mechanical level, you can't double stack it or dualism it because it's not a buff. It is a blue status, as you can see on this list right here. And dualism only affects green things, which are buffs, red things, which are debuffs, and armor, because it feels like it should be a buff, and a lot of units would be really stupid without it. So, mechanically, it's not a buff. They definitely could have made it work. I don't know if there's a specific reason why they chose not to make it work, or if that was unintentional and they've just run with it. Don't know. I don't think it needs to be affected. But it does seem a little weird when you just... I don't know. It feels like something that should be affected. Same with Propagate, but it isn't. I think I may be Bell's biggest fan, even though I forgot his name earlier. He's a cool unit. There's a lot of good use cases for him, especially in Lazarus, where you can apply Reanimate to him. Like, Reanimate makes him pretty crazy. But he is a little awkward because he wants to be a frontliner in a clan where it is hard to make him a frontliner half the time. We're just gonna skip on the Cluster Kernel. I kind of want to do it, but he's a little too awkward for us. Do I really want to? It is annoying that you need to advance him after spawn in his own clan. Yes, yeah, agreed. Puffball is the same way, where it just doesn't work with spawn unless you can advance him, and there's only one way in clan to advance, and so that's really awkward. I kind of want to take this. I don't think it's correct currently, but I do kind of want it. Fuck it, we'll do it. Alright, let us fight Archeon, finally. Alright, so what's the state of my floors? So you've got... Okay, so... Do any Under Legion units have an ability? Truffles. Truffles is the one, and then there's also Man-Eater, Lion's Mane specifically. But those are the only ones. Okay, we'll do it like this. And that. I wanted to play the Loam Coat, but I really wanted to get the Infectory up. And here we are. Yeah, let's do it this way. Alright, look at us go, applying big fat stacks of decay. I can't play you out there, or there. Well, and he stays in our hand. Trying to get cards out of my hand. Well, out of my deck, really. And here we go. We are quite strong already. Technically should have done this in different order. It's fine. I'm just not going to worry about playing that. But I definitely want that to die. And Archeon is pretty fucked. Well, I guess we'll give you the Avarice. I'm not going to make great use out of it, but it's going to get me a little bit of gold. Yes, give me all that beautiful extra permanent scaling. Beautiful permanent scaling. Alright, well... I mean, Sanctuary is good. We're gonna take Fungi in Suit, finally. It's a good card, I just haven't used it yet. I don't think we, like, super need it here, but I'll still take it. Yeah, we'll take the Ember for now. I do want Draw, too, but the Ember does soothe my spirit some. Yeah, we're gonna take Headsman. I do want Hiveminder too, but I also kind of just want the Trample. Could also take this now and hope for Headsman later, which honestly, like, we don't really need the Trample. It's just pretty cute. You know what? I'm gonna take this so I can get the HP. The HP is pretty nice. Double stack. You know, I didn't realize... I always forget that this can take double stack. Because Troop is actually a buff. It's just that Troop is usually not listed on a card. Could do that. Might do that. Could also do that, but don't think we need to. I don't know. That feels unnecessary, but I'm gonna do it. Is it correct? No, not really. I'm gonna do this, I guess. Both so I can draw it sooner, and because we're probably going to eventually have enough capacity with Bogworm's growth. You bastards. Think about a possible Underlegion Hellhorn deck where you're a fun guy in a suit and you one-shot the boss with armor. That could be cute. Well, let's do this slightly differently. And yes, I know I'm getting a lot less avarice this way, but that's fine. Yeah. Really was hoping for more. Was hoping for more spawn on turn 1. I forgot to play the Just Cause, but that's okay. We'll do that. I mean, I could have, like, redone the turn, but I didn't want to. So, here we are. He is being kept alive just by virtue of spawning. So that's something. Because he gains HP on spawn, so that is helping offset the problems. There's the Loam Coat, which also gives him a big buffer of HP to work with. I'm sad we didn't get the Infectory yet, which again is part of the issue of not having high draw power and having an Endless unit, but it's okay. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, look at all that beautiful decay. Turns out our spawning is pretty good, and fuck you, Kel. Alright, well, the lead's gonna die, but we should be in good shape overall. Doesn't matter. The lead dies, but so long as he lives long enough for that guy to be killed, it works out alright. Also, we did get fairly decent value from the Avarice that whole time, even if I didn't do, like, the best turn 1. Mushroom Cloud is okay. It is a way to kill the silenced dudes. I don't know that I tons care. I mean, I kind of care. But I also like other things. Excuse me. I don't really have a good answer to the silencers because they are the worst. Truly the worst of all mankind. I don't know. The problem is, like, even if I take Mushroom Cloud, it still has a lot of hoops to jump through to make it usable. I'm still gonna take it, I guess. And honestly, kind of want the Benediction, especially because I got the Loam Coat. Do the silenced dudes always come in every other wave, or is it more random? All of the waves in this game are preset. There is no randomness. At least, there's no randomness to the waves in particular battles. Obviously, there's some randomness on, like, which battle you fight, but the waves are preset in those battles. I might take Benediction here, though it's another expensive thing for me to play, which I will struggle a little bit on, but I'll take it anyways. Okay. So how much deployment Ember do I have? 6. So I could make Infectory deployable, which I think is worth doing. I could also look for equipment, which is not bad. But going there and removing is nice, and, like, maybe minus costing the Benediction would be good. And also, like, removing Consume and holdovering the Mushroom Cloud would also be quite useful. I think that's fine. I think going here and, like, looking for answers is more useful. Why are you not mastered, Battle Dancer? Oh, because it was in a challenge run, I guess. That's fine. Forgot that that would happen. I was like, we just utilized you. I know for a fact. Anyways, I would love to do remove consume on fungi in the suit. Doesn't really matter. We're doing this for particular reasons. Spell chain is interesting. I'm just gonna do that. That's fine. Guess I'll do that, and then we will start removing things from the deck. Really don't need the Just Causes. Don't need a lot of things, but I definitely don't need these. Okay, reanimate is sort of a problem for us, but if we are setting up on bot or mid floor, it is not a big deal. Well, let's try setting up here. Billet's pretty beefy now. This is also why I'd considered taking the Cluster Kernel before, because there's a world in which this would have worked out okay. Yeah, unfortunately we're not on our way to kill you, which is a problem. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna take a bunch of damage from you. I don't really have a way around that. I'm very strong once I get going, mind you, but... And I don't get to kill the Collector this way either. Well, we'll do this. We'll take some pyre damage. Unfortunately, it's a lot of pyre damage, because I have to take 3 rounds from you, which is almost all my health. Which is very bad. I forgot that I did the Benediction in the wrong order there, so you didn't actually die. Well, that was a mistake. Anyways, I took a lot of damage on this battle, which is not great, but that's why I wanted to be setting up on, like, mid-floor, but I greeded for the extra capacity here. Yeah, so look at that big, beefy set of armor. Such a wonderful set of fun guys in suits. Also, it would be nice if you were in front of the fun guy, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Unfortunately, I didn't draw the other Loam Coat until now. That is also stuff I missed out on. Doesn't really matter. Quoto is largely a joke of a boss, which also doesn't bother me that much because he also looks super derpy. And if some boss is going to look super derpy, it better at least be the one that's also super lame. Inhale is fine. Yeah, I'll take the Inhale, I guess. I will take that. The removals are nice. Honestly, I think we're just going here for the heals and because there's a lot of good artifacts and maybe we'll get something good at the event. Don't need those to maybe take the Lightstone Casing. I don't think we need Lightstone Casing, though. Kinda cute. Could take Jackstrips. It does maybe mess with the Infectory, but realistically I don't need to care about that. And it does... I'm going to take that, because it does prevent me from dying to one of the trials. Well, that's interesting. Let's dig deeper. Let's dig deeper. Let's just take Arcus's Wing. Doesn't really matter, but we're doing that anyways. It's vaguely helpful because it does allow me to kind of bypass capacity. The problem is that I need capacity open to utilize the green recruits anyways, so it doesn't really change my game plan all that much. Alright, now the question is, do I draw things fast enough to suit my needs? And the answer is, nah, not really. Kind of. I'm sorry, we're actually doing this in the correct order, where I pay attention to what is available to me. And then I do that. Unfortunately, you do get the corruption this way, but that's okay. Yeah, anyways, that's worth it. Unfortunately, it does get more corruption, but, you know, needs must and all that. And now you can even grow some damage shields, kind of. Doesn't really get to, because it gets knocked off by the corruption. But, you know, I mean, can dream. I'm sorry, we didn't actually need that. You already have Valor on you from the Benediction, don't you? I thought I needed to give him Valor so that the Loam Coat could start stacking it. We don't need to do that. And I would rather just spawn more to feed Billet's great and noble power. We are getting a fair amount of corruption on you, but that shouldn't matter in a moment. I'm surprised that you guys aren't capable of killing both of these guys. Honestly, a little upset by that, but fine. Also, I appreciate that even the Avarice is being grown by the Loam Coat. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but it is cute. Alright, we'll kill our own dudes, so they're still killing both green recruits this turn. And that's good enough. Kale's up there bullying our other dudes, who cares? The stewards don't really matter. Oh, you did get spikes at one point, which is a little concerning. Not big concerning, but a little concerning. No, I maybe shouldn't have done that. You know, we're not going to do that. Because now they're not killing both my green recruits, and I would rather they kill both my green recruits. I'm just getting carried away by playing cards just for the sake of it, even though I shouldn't. Yeah, we much prefer having both of our dudes killed. Doesn't matter that some extra corruption is going to go on the fungi stack. That's not important. Does not matter to us in the slightest. And again, Kale basically doesn't matter as a fight so long as you are killing things on bottom floor. And we are killing things on bottom floor. So that's really all that matters. Yeah, let's look at my big, beautiful fungi stack. And all that extra Avarice. It would be better if we were doing more Avarice on turn 1, but, you know. Might take Wings Radiance. Fine, I'll take it. I don't think we really need it, but it's whatever. Alright, we're going to take Draw here. I kind of want extra Ember. We're taking Draw nonetheless. So there is a Merchant of Arms here. I think we're doing this first. I could also heal. I don't think I really need to heal. I could, though. But we're going here. We do still want to hit Holdover if we can. Holdover. I guess. I don't know. Could do that. You know what? I think that's good enough. And then let's get rid of a Just Cause. And that's all I can afford to get rid of. Well, we can't get the trample now. That's fine. It's not that important to me. We are doing enough damage elsewhere that it's not a big deal. That said, what do I want to dupe here? Do I want to dupe another green recruit? I kind of want to dupe another green recruit. Yeah, we can do another green recruit. I think that's unnecessary, but I am going to do it. And then we're going to keep making a big, beautiful bullet, which doesn't really matter. If I had hit the trample, it would matter, because then his stats would matter. Like, they would actually do things. But as is, we've got this pretty well sorted. So it's not a big deal. We'll still do that. So, we're not killing you on this floor, but we are doing decent work. And then the backliner dies to the jack strips, and that's all good. And then it's basically smooth sailing from here on out. And then you're dying here, unsurprisingly. Everything is okay. And then we just keep scaling up Bullet. Truly the beautiful, best, most wonderful that's ever lived. I don't care in the slightest about the wind blades, but they're still there. Anyways, we're pulling them up front with that just so we can kill the collector, which I appreciate. And then our incredible engine of decay just keeps on chugging as Bullet does his thing. Look at us go. Look at all that beautiful power. Alright, and we're gonna kill you to spawn some, and then kill you again to spawn some, and then we just spawn more and more and more. And we will never use the flying ability on the Spore Launcher because we don't need to. Alright, technically we didn't kill everybody. But we basically killed everybody. I guess you can have a Wind Blade too, who cares? We are pretty strong. And all the while, big beautiful Bullet just keeps on stacking. Poor Rax doesn't stand a chance. Alright, he cleaves through our dudes. That's fine. Every time you kill them, Bullet's getting +8/+8 permanently, which is pretty cute. And then our big, beautiful fungal stack just kind of beats him to death. Jerry Deathcab, I would consider if I didn't already use up all of my capacity. We don't need Mulch. It's a good card in other situations. Could take Shield of Wing. That's kind of cute. Except that I believe I got rid of all of my advanced cards. I did. I can still use it on the fungal stack, but we're just not going to worry about that. Especially when we already got the Loam Coat. If I needed it, I could have given it to Bullet. Since he now just kind of murders things. Way too late for Martyr Signet. Do I care about Evolutionary Instinct? Not really, I don't think. I guess it kind of works for us. I just don't think it super matters. I'll take it, I guess. Crown to the Eternal is cute, but doesn't really matter. Titan's Edict doesn't really matter. We might take Crown to the Eternal just for the sake of it. Void Armament doesn't really matter. If we had Trample on Bullet, it would, but as is, since mostly we're killing things with the Decay, they die at the end of the turn. And so, hitting with the Void Armament means we're just killing the frontliners. Anyways. Also, I did forget that we actually probably... I think there are some waves in this fight that have the Silencers getting Titan Skin. And I think it's Titan Skin 5, which means that the Mushroom Cloud is not enough to kill. So I actually probably need to dupe the Mushroom Cloud here, which is not what I wanted to do, but I think that's what I have to do. Alright, whatever. So be it. Kind of want the Void Armament. We're not going to take the Void Armament, especially because I can't play it. Well, I can't fuse it with the Loam Coat and still be able to play it. I suppose I don't have to do that, but nonetheless, here we are. Okay, I do not care about Windblade. Come on. I do not care about the other Windblade. I do not care about you. I likewise don't care about you. That's that. We'll see how this goes. Shield sounds like it would be good for Endless. You're talking about Shield of Wing. Yeah, it can be. Yeah, unfortunately, can't really set up on a different floor if I want to. We're going to set up bottom floor, but it might be bad for me. Since I think there's a Silencer on first turn. Oh, there's not. Okay. That gives me a little bit of leeway, I suppose. Well, unfortunately, because you guys do all of your incant does extra damage, I don't have troops there. I do have troops now, which is not great for my needs. Would like to play the fun game in the suit as well. Yeah, unfortunately, silencers are awful. Ends up not being the worst since we are killing them with the jack strips, and also we're not letting you, we're not incanting around you, which is also a generally good plan for us, since you are the ones that buff the entire enemy floor. You're not doing any damage. Well, that's a problem. But that kills you. And we have mostly got it figured out now, although we are going to take some damage from those guys up top surviving. There's just not really a whole ton I can do about them. Yeah, that makes them all stronger, not a big deal. But anyways, I am taking 11 damage now because I did incant here, and I probably shouldn't have. Wasn't paying attention that that was going to happen. Oh well. I'm still within probably acceptable ranges, though I am right on the edge of being okay for the Titan fight. Yeah, fuck these guys and their Titan skin. This is why I wanted Trample for Bullet, by the way. Not that we, like, totally needed it, but it would have been nice. Like, obviously, he wouldn't be as strong as he is right now, since we would have just less attack overall, kind of. But he would have made up for it by also propagating on Slay, which would have been cute. Titan Skin ended Molting Imp's career, feels bad, man. I mean, I was never a huge fan of Molting Imp, but yes, it is definitely worse in the world with Titan Skin. I am glad that I remember that there are Titan Skin waves for this fight, by the way. Because that would have been bad if I was unable to kill the silencers. Oh no, I get a little bit of sap. However, shall I handle that with my 900 plus damage? Anyways, I did take damage here, which is not ideal. It is what it is. We should be okay, because I'm going to kill Savagery and Entropy without too much trouble. And I took the Wings Radiance specifically to speed up Dominion. I mean, it's useful in other ways too, but that's why I took it. Yeah, so look at that 1,000 damage bullet. Big and beautiful. And truly glorious. Okay. Don't need the Mushroom Cloud. It's not important for this fight. Like, it's still useful, but that's not why we took it. And I'm sort of okay with not having it for the moment. Alright, we'll just do 1,000 damage to you on turn 1, or turn 2, I guess. Does definitely speed things up. I wouldn't have hated drawing that slightly later into the fight, so our pyre would be a bit stronger, but nonetheless, it does speed things up pretty dramatically. Oh, wrong ordering. Don't mind me. Okay, so we do this in the correct order, where we shoot you, and then you, and then we do this, and there we go, yada 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 yada. And then the sweeper's a jerk, but it doesn't really matter that much. Like, our fungi stack is not getting huge, but it's not the worst. Technically should have done the Just Cause, but I'm not gonna worry about that. I should be okay. It's gonna be a little tight still, but we'll be okay. Because Dominion is basically dead, Savagery is basically dead. We just need to get Entropy, and he is taking a lot of damage. He'll take more damage in a moment as we get more decay on him. Because it just kind of increases every turn. Even if we're not able to get Bullet into attacking him. If we could get Bullet to attack him, you know, sky's the limit. It would all be grand and wonderful. Yeah, we should be fine. Because, like, I get low on health, but we're gonna block the Savagery attack this turn. If I really needed to, I could squeeze out some extra blocking. But that's not a big deal. Alright, take the hit. And thus, we wait for all the abilities to proc. And then we win. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah. Again, we took 41 damage. No surprise there. We were a bit slower at killing Entropy than I thought we would be, but it's fine. Ta-da! And thus, we finally mastered Fungi in a Suit and Mushroom Cloud. I don't really care about Mushroom Cloud for the most part. It's fine. But Fungi in a Suit's a good card. It's just hadn't been suitable to our needs until now. And thus, not a new crown acquired, because we already had that one. 10 decay is a big number. It is, but it's, I don't know, it's conditional and it's fine. If it weren't a consume card, I would rate it more highly. But, like, being consume, if you want to, like, reliably use it, it's just a lot harder. It's okay. It's not a bad card, but it's something. Yeah. Also, what did Bullet end at? He ended at 1,304 and 1,215, which doesn't really matter. Again, without Trample or, like, Multi-Strike or putting him on a separate floor from my Decay floor, I wasn't really making good use of this because the Decay wasn't killing till end of turn. So Bullet was always basically just killing the front enemy unit. If I had advanced him in front of the Fungis, at least I could have had them like trampling over what remained, and that probably would have been a better play. I could have done it. I didn't. It doesn't matter. Everything's fine. Look at us go. Truly the greatest of all time. Okay. I'll be back in one moment, and then we'll continue on. We'll do random unless anybody has any clan preference. But other than that, I'll be back in just 1 sec. Alright, I'm back, and I weirdly have a cat very insistently sitting right in front of me, demanding my attention for some reason. Except the moment I sit down, she walks off. Alright, anyways. Squeak wants Eka, Phoenix, Dominion Pyre. So, Eka, Firestarter, Dominion. Here we go. Okay, so We're up against Savagery. We got Celestial Storm, which is a pretty good start. Lava Flow is okay. Shade Guard's not bad. And let's see what we draft, since this is the, as a reminder, this is the Pyre that gets rid of the Stewards and all starting cards, and then you immediately draft 4 packs and double each card picked. So, I don't really care for Hexcalation, though it is fine. You can also use it as a friendly Ascend card, which is not terrible, since as long as you're not shooting your own units, they're never going to have a penalty for the spell weakness. The Moonlit Glaive is good. It can do a lot of damage, because it's not that hard to generate a bunch of conduit. Spell weakness doesn't buff healing, right? Correct. I lean towards the Moonlit Glaive. I kind of want to take Aurora Weaver. I'm just always, like, hesitant on Aurora Weaver because it's not a banner unit. But, like, Conduit can do some good work for us here. Especially if I get some way to, like, Moon Cycle. I think Moonlit Glaive is probably the better choice here, but I'm going to take Aurora Weaver. Well, these are interesting picks, and I'm going to take Fanning the Flame, even though, like, I don't know. Fanning the Flame is not bad for us. Mind Cage is sort of cute. It's only really pertinent if we get, is that Celestial Spellweaver? No, Silver Empress Akka. The one that has an ability to get a card played on the prior turn. So, like, we could do that. Not really pertinent. Obviously, there are also, like, actual, like, Pyroborn units that could make use of this, but we don't have any currently. We're going to take Fanning the Flame. And then those are some units. I'm going to take Selene Acolyte. I'll take the Guildmonger. We have a mishmash of things if I've ever seen it. Well, kind of wish that it had that Moonblade now. Or whatever it's called. The armor's okay. We're definitely taking Attuned Whetstone, even if it's not immediately useful. So, we're going to take Incant Conduit, I think, even though we're not the best for that currently. And, like, Silver Empress is okay for us, but we're going to take this. Now, please draw Fanning Flame turn 1. Okay, so. Yeah, I'm going to put you there, and then Guildmonger. Well, that's about what I expected. Yeah, so this is why I kind of wanted to leave capacity open here, so that I could more easily kill these guys. It's whatever, we're taking some damage, so be it. I guess I'll play you out, although I probably should have played you behind, but that's fine. Anyways, we're taking some pyre damage, whatever. Not ideal, but it was expected. Yeah, we'll just do this and get the guaranteed slay. And yeah, I could be doing more incants up on Ekka's floor, but I think that's okay as is. Yeah, it was very likely that that was going to hit one of the slays. And it would also slay the other one by virtue of being explosive. So I felt pretty comfortable doing that. Unfortunately, my everything is expensive here. So it's hard for me to get a ton of value out of things. Alright, Guildmonger number 1 goes down. I think I've yet to scale a Fan of the Flames up. It's kind of an awkward card for sure. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, this does more damage. And surprisingly, it's enough that I get the kill here. I didn't realize... So, I thought I was going to take some damage on the Pyre, because it was taking into account his 30 health with the amount of damage it was showing. His 30 healing, that is. Didn't realize that, so surprisingly, that was just enough to work. Which is good. I was anticipating taking, you know, another 2 hits, which would have been bad. Okay. I mean, the Bloody Moon is fine. Meddler is sort of okay. Gravity is okay. I don't know. I should maybe take the Bloody Moon, though I don't really want the Calcified Ember. I think we need to go to the Merchant of Magic. The Merchant of Steel is also pretty nice. God, my deck is a clusterfuck. We're going to skip. I saw 0, and for a moment I thought it was Flicker, and I was way more excited. We're gonna skip. We're gonna save. Okay, we're going here. What do you got for me? No, that's fine. Magma Mauler's okay. Magma Cultist is good, but we're gonna skip for now. I kind of meant to take the -1, totally spaced out. It's fine, we're doing this. And that is playable now. Either way, we're largely in good shape now. We need to start removing stuff. Need to is a bit of a harsh sentiment, but we are going to. We're going to get rid of one of the Acolytes. Okay. We are sort of weirdly already set. Kind of. I'm gonna do that just so they're dead. Okay. Good job on hitting the correct target. I'm gonna put you there, I guess. So that doesn't do quite enough damage yet. But, fuck you. You piece of shit. God, it had a 3 out of 4 chance to work, and it hit the one target that it couldn't. Okay, I'm not, like, great into Elibor here, which is a concern, but... Yeah, I probably should have done that on the other floor, but... I really wanted to kill the backliner. I guess I didn't really need to. I don't know. We'll see how we do against you. Yeah, maybe I'm not good here yet. Because I did kind of want to leave space open for the Selene Acolyte. The problem is that Elibor kind of ruins my shit. Let's try it one more time, because I don't think this is workable. Problem is that most things aren't workable. Yeah, I need to get your incanting up as part of the issue. Yeah, that did not hit what I wanted to hit. And the what's-his-face is not scaling up. Yeah, the Shade Guard. Once again, really need you to hit, not that. Well, let's cheese this a little bit. And see what we can do. We don't have the holdover now, but whatever. Like, I don't know. We're just so weak. Yeah, and this doesn't really work if you die, because I need you to at least buy me a turn against Elibor. Otherwise, none of this fucking matters. Yeah. Yeah, we got problems. Alright. Let's do this. Let's do this. So you come down there. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Of course, that doesn't hit who we needed to hit, but oh well. Okay. And then you come down, which is what we want. So we have a little bit of conduit scaling on top floor. Unhelpful. Truly amazingly unhelpful. I have such minor requests. Yeah, and unfortunately I can't play both of these on this turn. Because, like, I just can't... I don't have the Ember. It is a major problem. That is going to get better with time, but, like, holy shit, is it bad now. And also, again, like, the fact that he blocks my first thing every turn is really bad. Anyways, I think this is the best it's getting. I do think he's killing me here. Yeah. I'm not surprised that happened. It was a very awkward starting deck. If I had taken the Mage Blade equipment, probably would have helped. But, like, also maybe should have just gone for the Merchant of Steel. I don't know. It's fine. We'll try it again. Although this time we're probably not going to get Feigning the Flame, which is a little sad. But, like, I just could not play... I could not play my cards on most turns, which was a really big problem. Okay, so what are we actually doing? We have Lava Flow again. I don't love it. Moon Pixie's fine. Magma Cultist is pretty good. And by pretty good, I mean it's very good. I really like Cover of Night. Moonlit Glaive is also good. Planetarium's okay. Then we're taking Cover of Night. It just solves a lot of problems. Mind Cage is cute. I think we're taking the Dragon's Breath, although, again, it's an expensive spell. But could take the Silent Sentinel. Might take the Shade Guard, though I really don't want two of them. I don't need more Magma Cultists. I'll take the Magma Maulers just because they're less expensive to play. I mean, Sketches is something. Fine. Silent Sentinel would fit a lot better, in my opinion. Yes, if you're talking about instead of the Shade Guard, I agree. I took the Shade Guard so that we are less likely to have a situation like we just had, where I had no scaling going into like the early bosses. And like, yes, I know I had a Shade Guard, nonetheless, not the point. But like, I didn't know I was going to be offered the Magma Mauler at the time, so I wanted at least something that had some like raw stats. In addition, since we'd already taken the Cover of Night, it's potentially more turns that can force New Moon to get even more scaling out of the Shade Guard, which is pretty good. We're gonna do Lunar Steward because I haven't played it much recently. So we're gonna do that. Minus Pyre is painful, especially because, again, that messes with deployment phase, and it messes with... I know I just talked about wanting the Shade Guard, but this is actually pretty decent. And we even get one anyways, thanks to Sketches. Anyways, totally forgot what I was going to say. That's fine. Oh yeah, I can't play the Dragon's Breath because minus Ember, because why would we be able to play our cards? I guess we're going to play you out, even though I did want the Cover of Night. No, never mind. We're just doing the Cover of Night. Alright. Well, sadly, there's just no way we're getting that Collector. Which also means I probably should have done the Lava Flow here. Oh well. So be it. Alright, look at all that beautiful extra scaling. And we just play out some garbage, because I can't play the Dragon Breath. And in the meantime, every turn we do a little bit of phasing. We don't kill you, because apparently I can't. Got a... Nope, didn't get any Pyre Gel on you, sadly. I'm just going to let him go to the next floor. He heal anyways, and if he comes in with, like, no attack, then we get a little bit of time to apply Pyre Gel to him. Unfortunately, the Magma Cultist ain't doing so well in the Pyre Gel application, given that I have no spells to play. Celestial Storm's cute, but not what we want. Silver Strike is fine, and I will actually take it. Pyreball is a maybe, in that it is another spell I can play consistently, and it is generally sort of helpful. I'm gonna skip it out of greed. Pure, unadulterated greed. We're going here, and we're looking for Remove Consume. No. No. Alright. I had hopes. I had dreams. And I can't do holdover now. Because I need to pay more attention. Whoops. Well, that's okay. It's not really gonna matter too much, but it would have been nice. Anyways, I really just wanted remove consume. Let's see if we can beat Elibor this time. Minus draw does really hurt me. Well, honestly, I was kind of hoping for the Sentinel again, but fine. Alright, and thus we gain some extra stats, and the Shade Guards start stacking, and we murder some dudes. Sadly, I don't have a holdover, but it's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, kind of. Whatever, we'll play these things out. So they're not flooding my deck anymore, although that does mean that I'm just hitting the shards even more often. That's okay. We're basically murdering him as is, because we're in just much better shape, and also turns out Dragon's Breath is pretty good. Yeah, I don't need to play anything here and still get the kill. Okay. So Starstruck and Phase Blessing are both good. I think we're taking Phase Blessing, maybe. Nah, we're not taking Phase Blessing. I will take a Flicker. I will go here. There's some nice things there, but Merchant Magic is where I want. Remove Consume. Done. We've won the game. Kind of. But we're doing this. Holdover, remove consume, cover of night. It's pretty good. We are going to, I guess, do this. Make it a little more playable. I mean, Hothead is good. Do I want Hothead more than I want, like, the Magma Cultist? Kind of. Or the Magma Mauler, but the problem is, like, I need Ember to play these things. I also need Capacity. I do like Hothead. I maybe take Hothead here. They've got a good ability. I don't know. Do I really care? I'm not gonna take the Hothead. I just, like, have so many units already that I'm pretty okay with just utilizing what I've got for the moment. Well, these are interesting. Kind of want the Dominating Authority. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Yeah, I guess we'll do it on the Magma Mauler. Also, had I known that this was going to happen, I would have done the Phase Blessing, but that's okay. Okay, so we're in pretty okay shape now. He's not going to be able to hunt our Pyre much. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are. Now, we are playing Ekka Cultist, then the Mauler, which pulls out a Moon Pixie. This is partly why I would have done the Phase Blessing now, because now we actually have some conduit on the floor, and so the Phase Blessing does some meaningful work for us. Also, we then get a dude here as well, thanks to the Joy of Sketches. So, Cover of Night, stealths us, also buffs us for the Moon Cycle, and just gives us +5 attack, because that's what it does. We'll do that just for the sake of it, and take 1 damage that I could have avoided, and chose not to. Or Moon Pixie just gets beaten to death, whatever. It was expected. Of note with the Moon Cycle, it triggers whenever Moon changes phases, and the Cover of Night changes it specifically to New Moon. But even if you're already in New Moon, playing it still triggers Moon Cycle, which is a little weird, but it does. So, it is always proccing that. Like, it's already a good spell, especially to have on holdover, and now it's just doing more and more work for us. Because it does. Yeah, he does hunt my Pyre a little bit. That's fine. Okay, we're just going to reduce how much damage I'm taking. We're basically fine. So we just need to reduce how much incoming damage I have. Because by the time we get to Relentless, he's not going to murder me. So I'm just trying to take a little less Pyre damage since... whatever. Unfortunately, with my deck so small, I basically just draw the same stuff repeatedly, which means I'm mostly drawing the same Vengeful Shards over and over, but that's okay. Yeah, so look at those beautiful stats. Look at them stats. Especially since the Shade Guard also gets the bonus at the end of every turn. Cursed Dragonstaff is good. Stardust Invocation is a bit of a weird card. Death Roar is unnecessary. I might take the Dragonstaff. It's a bit expensive for us, but it is good. I think it's unnecessary, but I also like it. Yeah, I'll just take that. That's fine. And then we're going to skip these. And we're going to take Ember for sure. There is no dupe, sadly. But we're going to go here to try to enhance our dudes a little bit. Don't need. Although the Astrologer could be good. We now get +2/+2 on Moon Cycle. I don't totally need the Magma Cultist. Maybe I just want the Shade Guards. I mean, I do like Magma Cultist, and he works definitely better with the Dragon Staff that I just got. Yeah, I think I'm willing to do this. Do I care about the Avarice? It's fine. Unfortunately, I don't know which of those pixies I'm gonna get, which is whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I probably could have done things a little better. Well, we're going to get rid of this Moon Pixie. And it doesn't really matter to get rid of the other units. At least not currently. Could just get rid of the Calcified Ember so I don't have to play it out. Honestly, maybe worth it. You know what? Fine. We'll do it. I could probably have managed now that I have the 4 Ember, though apparently I don't have 4 Ember for this battle, so be it. Eka, Cultist, Mauler. For some reason I played that on mid-floor. Totally thought that it was top floor, don't mind me. Okay, there we go. And this is the one with the extra conduit because it's the only one in my deck now. And I guess we'll play you there, I don't know. Yeah, see, this would be the benefit of not having played it, is that we could get it with sketches, which is what I intended, and then I, for some reason, chose not to do that. Oh, I don't have enough Ember for that. Well, never mind then. Already am not playing around having the trial on. Okay, whatever. Take 1 damage. It's okay. We're in pretty good shape. So I do have to play that out every time. Okay. Well, I want to play the Cover of Night. We also really want to get that Collector, so we're going to get the Collector. It is not ideal for me, but it is important nonetheless. I'm still overall in fairly good shape. Our poor dudes are suffering. I really should have just not played out any of them, so we could have gotten one of them top floor with the sketches, but it is what it is. Anyways, we're in good shape because we're protected every turn. We're getting stats every turn. And yeah. I'm not like crazy strong to Ajax. Especially because I'm not stacking stealth in the way that I would like to be. Like, I'm getting 1 stealth every turn, but I'm not building up more than that. I think I still win, but I don't know, especially because he doesn't actually get to attack Ajax. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're fine. Doesn't hurt that he's got a bunch of Pyrogel on him already, and we get a little bit more even without me incanting. Okay. Yeah, I'll take another Cover of Night. Moonlit Glaive is fine, since we do have some conduit. Fanning the Flame is cute. And I kind of want to take it. But we're not going to take it. We are definitely going here because I want to dupe. 2 0-attack units hit enemies if they have Pyrogel. I don't remember. I think the answer is no, but I honestly forget. May struggle with 500 HP times 2 waves with the scaling. Not once we get there. Well, also, we're going to take this, though I did just... Oh, no, I have equipment. Beautiful. Incredible, even. Right. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I did kind of mean to reroll looking for remove consume, but it doesn't super matter. We're gonna be okay as we get further. Heaven Seal is not as dangerous as it sounds. Okay, so I still hate the look of Pyre of Dominion, just really hate that exposed brain. Something about it just doesn't do it for me. Okay, so we get that. We're not going to play these guys out and be responsible this time, so we can get a unit here. I technically could have done a lot more damage to him had I not swapped to New Moon first. So the Silver Strike would have gotten the full moon bonus, but whatever. Alright, look at us go. We're gonna be in much better shape by the time we get there. This stupid thing is fairly annoying, mind you, but like this battle we're not gonna have any issue with, especially since I actually got myself the extra unit from Sketches this time. Like a responsible person. But I'm getting plus 14 every turn with those, plus all the Pyre Gel generation as well. And it's only going to get better the further we go. Probably didn't need to play both of those. I could have just taken damage. Oh well. Or I could have avoided the damage, excuse me. But alright. Gave ourselves a little bit of sap, but that's not a big deal. Yes, look at us go. A fair bit of stealth and a whole lot of damage. And thus, we triumph. I am still a little sad that we skipped on Phase Blessing earlier, but I didn't know I'd have Conduit at the time. Eclipse Chamber is kind of cute. Mostly doesn't matter, because I only have one silent unit with like a New Moon effect. We're not going to worry about it. We are not going to worry about that. I just, like, never use Greed. At some point, maybe I'll use it, but this is kind of cute. Don't know what I would remove with the Vortex. The healing is nice. I mostly would be doing this just so I can fuse some equipment. Lunacy would have been nice. It's fine, but, like, I don't really need the Conduit. Like, it helps my Dragon's Breath, but it's not a big deal. Okay. Doesn't it phase also? Oh, it does. I totally spaced on that. But you're correct. That would have been nice. Not a big deal for what I need, though. Boiler Room is kind of cute. I suspect I don't care. But I could take it. I have the extra deployment ember. Yeah, like, do I care about Boiler Room? I maybe care about Boiler Room. It just mostly means that I'll always have Ember for things. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. That's fine. Do I also want Steward's Quarters? Kind of. But I also would have wanted to have made that deployable, and I really need to stop doing this. Also, I could, like, I wanted something to fuse with my Dragon Staff. This is not it. When is the next Merchant of Arms? I could go to one right here, though I really want to dupe. Yeah, there's not another. Why do I want Steward Quarter? I want Steward Quarter because I might take more Ember after the next boss. I don't think I will, but it would have been so that I could do deployable Steward's Quarters to get one more capacity, so I could then play the Magma, like, dupe and play a second Magma Cultist. That would be why. Not really going to work out the way that I want, though. And that's fine. I'm just going to get rid of the Lava Flows. They're zero-cost consume cards, but they also don't do anything for me, so just don't really want it. Now, how do I deal with Kale? Let's find out. I suspect the answer is not incredibly well, but let's see. Okay, so they don't apply Corruption on death, and we're fine. Also, if they survive, they're not doing anything either, but they're not going to survive. Technically, should have played that first, it would have done more damage. Again, it doesn't actually matter, but it is incorrect on my part, regardless. Once again, wrong ordering, it's not a big deal. Like, we're doing some pretty solid work, one way or another. Our deck is fairly small since we just pull out all of our units on turn 1 every time. Poor Boiler Room, you got overridden, but that's okay. There were reasons for it. Alright, look at us go, easily smashing through all that oppose us. Okay, I mean, I like Hell Furnace, but I don't like it enough right here. These are fine. I kind of want Ritual Tome. I don't think it actually matters for me, though. Okay, I think we're taking Draw. Even though it does mean I'm going to draw into the stupid Blight more often, that's fine. We'll make it work. Reduce to 1... What is my deployment Ember at currently? 6? Whoops. So I'm only using 4 currently. So I could make another Cultist, and I think that is what I want to do. It wasn't exactly what I was planning to do right here, but I do think it is what we're doing. Well, sure. Why not? Because I was going to make another Cover of Night, but I'm pretty happy to just do this as well. Alright. Look at us go. I hate you, Herald, but that's mostly okay. Alright, so we have to play these in the right order, where we don't ruin things. And then Boiler Room, and you get that. And then we're perfectly using our deployment number. And then nothing is a problem ever. Ever. Look at all that extra energy. I guess we'll just do that there. It doesn't really matter. Turns out, first Dragon Staff hitting through shields is pretty nice. Yeah, the Boiler Room definitely cuts down on my problems. The Boiler Room is not always an amazing room, but it can be really nice. Once again, I'm not really using the Silver Strike well. That's not a big deal. Mostly, I just want to be killing the silencers before they can get to my affected floor. Alright, so look at all that beautiful power. We're applying a non-trivial amount of Pyre Gel. And we're stacking a bunch of stealth and mostly just kind of murdering our way to the future. I mean, we're also just getting tons of stats, so it's going okay. Yeah, I know, they get spikes this way. I think we'll be okay. Alright. Yes. Alright, and now the moment of truth. Where we just kind of explode them. And we take a little bit of damage from the spikes, and mostly we just kind of beat Athane and her minions to death. And it's all good. It's all good. I will say this deck is fairly satisfying. Moonlit Glaive is okay. The Moon Cycle triggers an additional time I really want. Hello, Tiny. I hope you are well in this, your 4th hour of streaming. I am doing pretty okay. Mooncaller is cute, though I'd have to swap the Moon Pixie for it, which I think is an okay trade. I lose the Conduit, but we're basically not using the Conduit, so that's fine. Okay, we want to go here. It does mean that I'm not going to get to buff the Mooncaller, but, like, it doesn't really matter. Mage Blade does not matter to us. Sparkflint Catalyst does. Friendly units gain Avarice is kind of cute. Firestone Housing would be nice if it were relevant, but it is not. Hello, Ashaka. Thanks for the raid. How you doing, friend? Okay. So we are removing Moon Pixie. We could get rid of the Silver Strike, but I don't think that matters. I think we're just going to get rid of the Calcified Ember, so I don't have to bother with it myself. We're making another Cover of Night. We will do that, I guess. I don't really need to hold over, but I'm going to do it anyways, so I'm less liable to draw garbage. Why not? Why not? I'm good. It would appear that the RAM was indeed the issue. 6 hours, no blue screen of death, and was pretty consistently happening with an hour streaming Night Rain. Well, glad you got that resolved, and that it was not even more annoying to diagnose. But yeah, glad to hear it. Also, thanks for resubscribing. I really appreciate it. How are you liking Night Rain, by the way? Alright, do I want to set up bottom floor or mid floor? I think we can probably get away with bottom floor. Let's try it and see what happens. It might be better to do mid floor, but... Okay, so we need to play you, and then you, and then you get that. And now our moon cycles happen twice, which is pretty nice. Look at all those stats building up. I did this in the wrong order. That's fine. Alright. Well, on turn 1, we gained a lot of stats. What is her base stats? I can't tell. Well, that's fine. Point is, got a lot of stats. I'm enjoying it a lot, but also have friends to play with. I like It's Elden Ring, but it's a bit different. Skills are actually pretty cool. I've been playing it a little bit, and I think it's pretty good so far. I have not been playing it with friends, though, and I definitely think it would be a lot better with friends, obviously. Yeah, I probably did not need Zone of Silence, unsurprisingly. But I think it's cool. I think the different characters are pretty well done. I like that it's set up in such a way to encourage you to be using different weapons that you may not have used in base Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, it's cool so far. Like I said, I haven't played too much, though, so... Yeah, let's look at all that cover of night. We're not getting, like, an insane amount of stats, but we are getting a lot of stats, especially given that it's spread across 6 units, and I'm doing other things at the same time. Doesn't hurt that I have Multi-Strike 2 on 2 of the units. I may as well Dragon's Breath him for the extra Pyro Gel. Can we time out Ashiaka for bragging about having friends? Oof. The jealousy is palpable. Yes, look at us go. This would be cute if we had Hell Furnace as well, but I wanted the Boiler Room more than I wanted Hell Furnace, so here we are. Well, almost killed Savagery or Seraph before Relentless, but I just didn't make a priority of it. But there we go. How thrilling. Do you have any particular favorite Night Rain character, Ashiaka? Alright, let's fight the Titans at full health. A far departure from the prior Dominion run that we tried, which crashed and burned very quickly. Alright. But yeah, I forgot that my RAM was 7 years old and the stop codes were all over the place, so I didn't think to check when I ordered my old RAM. Makes sense. That's Envy Sally, fair enough. Alright, there's that, and then we can play him, because we do have to do it in the right order. Alright. Yeah. Like I want to do the cover of night, but honestly, I maybe just want to do the Pyre Gel here. Yeah, whatever. We'll do this. Unfortunately, we don't get benefit from the boiler room when there are no killable enemies on the floor, which is always annoying. Which is also part of why I get annoyed at this fight. But whatever. I like Recluse quite a bit, as well as Duchess and Executor. I haven't really played Iron Eye or Raider, and only a little bit of Wilder. Yeah. Okay. You're gonna get a fair bit of corruption. We're just gonna have to deal with that. Oh, wrong order. Wrong order. Okay, just want to get rid of some of the damage shields, or spell shields, I guess. Wrong order once again, but not enough for me to care. Removing starters can cripple some champs. Grail cries in the corner if he gets it. Yeah, like, it's still doable with Grail, but it does really hurt to lose your starter. Cell's the other champion who most resents losing her starter. But yeah, it's bad on a number of champs. I mean, like, Dominion Empire is still strong overall, but yeah. Alright, well, Savagery is already down, Entropy is basically fucked. We'll get rid of more of your spell shields so we can kill you a little faster. No, I think Talos probably likes a minion against some actual units to give stats to earlier celebrations that could be decent. Yes, it is pretty good with her. I'm a little tired of hearing people say that because there's been so many people acting like Talos is unplayable without Dominion. But yes, as a general statement, is pretty good for her. Although Celebrate is not her only path. But I will say she does have one of the weaker starter cards, kind of. It's okay. It's better than people give it credit for, but I don't love it. But yeah, especially if you're doing her Celebrate path, it does give her a lot of extra value. Just waiting for Dominion to die. I have no idea what other people's opinions are on stuff in this game, to be honest. I spend too much time on the Monster Train Discord. Like, I already spent a lot of time on the Monster Train Discord before Monster Train 2 was out, because I like talking about Monster Train and supporting the community and being able to help people and with their questions. But yeah, now that there's renewed interest in Monster Train, I have definitely spent a lot of time there. More than I needed to. But yeah, there are some wild takes on the Monster Train Discord server. That I will say. I mean, like, it's people getting used to the game and learning the game and all that, so it's no, like, great surprise. But yeah. There are some takes of all time. Yeah, once again, even with all the extra emphasis we put on Dominion in this fight, still killing him on turn 7. Which, again, is basically why I say that it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Sometimes you kill Dominion super early, but it doesn't really speed up the fight. It do be like that. Also, I don't think Talos needs me to never even play the Pyre with her. The thought just occurred to me as the opposite end of Grail with it. Yeah, no, I agree with you that it's good for her. I'm specifically saying I have seen too many people acting like Talos is a garbage champion and that she's unplayable if she doesn't get, like, support from other banner units. And that's just not true. Like, yes, it's good for her, but it a little bit irks me when people don't want to, like, learn to play a champion or a clan or whatever, and just immediately dismiss it as terrible. I just think that Shift was really bad only, like, 4 days ago. It's easy to have bad opinions with no experience. Yeah, and, like, I try to be... What's the word I'm looking for? I try to be gentle about it, I guess. Because, like, I do think that a lot of these opinions will change as people get more experience with the game. Which is also why I find it annoying when they have, like, such vehement knee-jerk reactions rather than accepting that maybe I haven't given it enough of a try yet. Maybe I haven't... Like, I don't mind if people say, oh, hey, I'm really struggling with Talos. How do I, like, do better with Talos? Totally fine. Not a big deal. That's normal. That's normal gameplay. I get annoyed when people are like, I refuse to play Talos. I re-roll if I get her on random champions. Devs need to address this trash champion. She's unplayable in this current state. That annoys me. But there we are. Anyways, we're playing one more, at least, maybe more than that. I should be done for the night, but I'm not going to because I like playing this game. So we're going to do random unless anyone wants something, which I immediately look over and say, this calls for Talos random. Fine, we'll do Talos random unless there is a more specific, better thing that people desire seeing. Tacos. Alright, Glacier. Anyways, we're doing this. If I had seen your request first, Tiny, we would do Lion's Mane, but we're doing Talos. Also, I'm so glad that they changed her art. She used to have like you can see it in old pictures, but the way her face like warped in her animation looked really awkward. Talos auto-corrected to tacos. Gotcha. That makes sense. It's like, where did tacos come out of this? I'm like, I get that you might want tacos at this hour, but that does seem irrelevant to the conversation at hand. Sal, please make a request to take the default pyre off of random. I don't love playing it, but I do think it deserves to stay in the pool. It does have notably higher stats than the others, so while it's kind of boring, it does actually lend itself to playing differently, and therefore probably deserves to stay in the pool. I think just more stats is fine enough. Yeah, like, it's boring, but, like, it does work. Like, having played random a lot, it is valuable. I don't care, it's boring as fuck, I don't want the basic bitch pyre in the random pool. I mean, I would not be upset with seeing it go. I'm just saying that I do think it, like, actually has a point to being in there. Anyways, I am disappointed that we have Malika's shifting pyre. But as long as it's not entropy, I won't be seething with rage the entire run. And also, like, legitimately, Malika's pyre is okay strong. I just personally dislike it. I hope you get Capricious Reflection. I'm not taking it, even if it's offered. If you want that, there are other streamers who will do that. Not that you should go watch them, of course, but, you know. Well, we have kind of a weird start. The Moon Ritual with the Astrologer does make it a lot better. I like Divinity a lot. Celestial Storm is awkward, but a bit better with phase control. Radiant Arms is okay. I like Versatile Ember Staff, but I don't know how much we're actually going to utilize it over the course of this run. Anyways, I don't know. I like Versatile Ember Staff, but the chances that we're actually proccing it across the run is pretty low. It's kind of nice for like the Titan fight because you're often going to get Blights and Scourges on the same turn. And that's nice to be able to get past them a little bit. If we had one of the unit starters, it becomes a lot more valuable. I might take Radiant Arms. It's just, like, not that great in this instance. Like, damage shields are good, mind you. But again, I don't even have an equipment. I'm just gonna take Versatile Ember Staff. Alright, what are we playing? I feel like I pick Enchantress basically every time it's offered. Just because it is sort of fun to see the stat. Like, it's overall kind of boring because your champion is just a block of stats. But it is fun to let your stats scale up. And it is vaguely useful for Luna, I guess. Celestial Radiance is fun. I'd like to see it. Done. It is strong. It's probably her best path. Well, unfortunately, the Mindless Ember does fuck us, but whatever. Enchantress and Savagery is probably better, maybe. Not really. Like, we've got Luna and, like... So, both Luna and Banished have ways to... I'm sorry, we're doing this in a slightly better order. Both Luna and Banished have plenty of ways to, like, kill the sweepers. Like, I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so we play that, and that, and then we get the Ember Refresh, and we can still play that. Okay. Well, can't play either the Divinity or the Celestial Storm, which is pretty not great, but we'll see how well we do regardless. Okay. Yeah, this is not gonna be ideal for us. Like, we have enough strength to kill these guys now because the Astrologer gets stronger. Unfortunately, the melee weakness is going to get used up by the Shield Steward, which is not ideal, but fine. I have enough Valor that I'm not really taking damage on my guys. What was Talos' gimmick in Monster Train 1? Kind of forgot. She had 3 gimmicks. One of her... Well, my point is, just like every other boss, she had 3 different variants. So her, like, major gimmick was that she was one of the 2 bosses in the game that attacked every turn, not just in Relentless. Her 3 different pathways were Knockback, which Archeon now has. Why am I blanking on the others? I want to say one of the Slay, and she got Armor, and then what was the other one? Why am I struggling to do this despite my thousands of hours in the game? Rage or Armor on Slay? Yeah, I think it was... Must have been... Yeah, I already mentioned Pushback. Yeah, don't know. Because I didn't think that it was she had both a Slay Armor and a Slay Rage. I thought those were part of the same one, but maybe those are separate. Which would explain where I'm getting tripped up. I did not realize that's the Incant Armor Stone. Wait, no, his armor Fel was Rage. Yeah, Fel has a Rage path for sure. Days on hit. That's what it was. I knew there was something I was missing. Thank you, Tom. But yeah, because I knew that she had Slay armor, and I didn't think there was Rage attached to that, but I couldn't remember what the deal was. Yeah. Anyways, how you doing, Tom, by the way? So, lead Songbird is pretty good. Cleave is pretty good. Rising Rage is exactly what I want, except for the fact that it's consumed because of goddamn Malachus Pyre. Still might take it. Still have not seen a run with lead Songbird. I mean, it's good. I've used it a number of times. It's just that it can be hard to fit on a floor, but like making Valor do more damage is pretty solid. Especially when you're doing Valor Talos or Vaneguardian Fel. Please arrange a Celestial Choir of Birds for me, Sal. There is a achievement for getting all 4 of the hymnists on a floor at the same time. It's called Getting the Band Back Together. Anyways, we might take Rising Rage here, even though it's gonna piss me off. Cleave is also good, and I'm leaning towards maybe taking that, but I do really want Shift. I think that achievement is still 0% on Steam, yeah. I don't know. Why, Malachus Pyre? Why are you the worst? I don't know. I don't really know what I want here. I'm gonna take Rising Rage, and I'm probably gonna be angry about it. Gravity is vaguely interesting to my needs. We're gonna take Starstruck. Single force, single run is quite a bit of RNG that has to go your favorite. Yeah. It's hard to line up. Alright, we're gonna go here. Not helpful. Well, unfortunately... God, I hate Malachus Pyre. So... Moonguard's cute. I wanted Selene Acolyte, though. And maybe I just take Selene Acolyte for the sweep. If it had Quick, I'd be all over that. By the way, are costs in the shops randomized, or do certain upgrades just have a set cost? I feel I see -1 energy be 35 a lot, but I haven't paid much attention. Give me one moment, and I will then explain further once I'm actually in that shop. I don't know. Maybe we take Moonguard here. Yeah, take Moonguard, I guess. Okay, so there are the minor upgrades, which are the top 2 slots, and the major upgrades, which are the bottom 2 slots. The minor upgrades have a randomized cost between a certain value. I think it's 15 to 35 is the range it hits at Covenant 10, that is. And the bottom ones range from, I think, 85 to 115. So, yes, there is some randomness, but it is still within certain ranges and depends on what kind of upgrade it is. Okay, well, I am going to struggle to play things, but here we are. Stupid Malachus Pyre. Alright, we'll take some damage, we'll get rid of that. I probably should have just done the Inspires to get some power on my dudes, but hey. Same cost for unit upgrades, sounds right for them too. I believe it's the same, but I'd have to double check. Well, that's annoying. Okay, well, fine. You're welcome, Squeak. Okay, so I do take a lot of damage here, but then I do obliterate them, thanks to Talos' melee weakness, so that's something. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the... Okay, we're gonna do it like this. So we still kill them. Anyways, I couldn't get an extra dude on the floor for reasons... yeah, anyways, because if I had ascended him, then... I mean, I did ascend him, but the point is he got killed by the enemies, which is not what I wanted, but it is what it is. We should murder Elibor pretty easily. There, we'll just do that. And then give you melee weakness, although you still have the damage shield, which actually gets wasted on Talos. Because I placed that in the wrong order. Doesn't really matter. Moonguard and Astrologer beat him to death pretty easily. Well... Spell Chain Divinity is not that helpful. Technically, I could use Challenge as a way to reposition Talos, but not what I want. Liquid Courage is not terribly useful for me here, and comes with a Calcified Ember. I kind of want to take Divinity. Alright, Sure, whatever. I hate Malaka's Pyre. Not as much as I hate Entropy, though. Not by a long shot. I mean, Sword Maiden with Dualism is pretty cool. I don't think it's cool enough here. Okay, so I want to save for the reroll. Okay, so I did want that, and I want that, because now I can actually play out the divinities. God, I never take this event. Should I actually take this for once? I don't think I want to, though I kind of want to live a life with the followers. Though that would work a lot better if I were doing different Talos. Endless makes it a good frontline. Yeah, but like, I'm not worried about that. Not when I'm stacking Valor from the Divinities and Armor from the Phase Blessing. Which I guess I don't totally need with the Divinities, it's fine. I'm not too worried about that. I'd rather look for other upgrades. And like the random equipment is whatever, it's fine, but... I saw Jorbs do something hilarious with this. He had branded with large smidge stone. Got this vent, then the wings vent, and Hall of Mirrors. Yeah, branded warriors everywhere. Yeah, there are some cute things you can do. Okay, we're going to daze you. I was originally going to just block with Talos. Alright, we're gonna do that. I'll take the pyro damage. That's fine. Whoops. Oh, I forgot that I have Versatile Ember Staff. I definitely could have procced that, I think. Well, not a big deal. Eventually I will get my deck to have less high-cost cards in them. Saw someone with like 6 times Consumer Crowns. Yeah, that is a thing. Alright, I'm going to give the Valor to Talos for reasons. Namely because it's knockback Archeon. Well, we're going to take some damage at this rate. Yeah, unfortunately... Because doing this doesn't count as a shift. Had I not left her in front last turn, I could have done this. But that's fine, whatever. We take the 6 damage, it is what it is. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. And now we can do this. I'm sorry, we're doing this in a slightly different order. Because I can trigger the Versatile Ember Staff, which I should always be doing, basically. There we go. I kind of hate that Endless Crown can give you Mitosis Cap when you don't want it. Yep, that's part of why I skip it. At least it can't give you as much other garbage now, but yes. I think there are some very good reasons to skip it. Let's not do it that way. Yeah, unfortunately that's even worse, because you're dying, that's why. I mean, even if you weren't dying, it's still not great. Anyways, whatever. I think we just have to take a hit, which is not ideal, but it's something. But unfortunately, we can't get Talos into the right position to kill that guy. Whatever. This is why we'd like to have more units on the floor. Alright, well, still kill him. Everything's okay-ish. Unsurprisingly, we're okay. don't really need to do any of this, but I've done it anyways. And yes, I got Talos killed this way. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I did take a lot of damage during the fight. Oh well. That's fine. Tome of the Lost Path is good. Sanctuary is also good. I think we're taking Sanctuary, though. Tome of the Lost Path, I kind of want. Literally just complain about needing more units. Yeah, I know, but like Sanctuary is nice. I am leaning towards Tome of the Lost Path, even after having said that, since that does help. Yeah, but I mean, I also have Rising Rage, which is nice. But I do think that I want this for a variety of reasons. So, we're doing that. I do really like Ethereal Sealy. Demonic Fledgling is pretty decent. Damn, 12 HP. 12 HP don't matter. We got plenty of time to heal. Ethereal Sealy is pretty cool. The only HP that matters is the last. Yes, except when going into the Titan fight, in which case, the only HP that matters is approximately 45. HP is a resource till you need 40. Yeah. Pretty much. Anyways, I don't think Ethereal Sealy is that good for me, because basically my only conduit generation is the Moon Ritual. But I don't totally hate it. It works okay with Moon Guard. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. We're going to take Ember, even though other things are nice too. That's fine. We are going here. The healing is not unwelcome, but mostly we just want this. We'll take Multi-Strike on you. I also kind of want Smidge Stone, whatever. Not a big deal. Alright, Celestial Radiance it is. Hellcat, please sit down. Okay, now, things and stuff. I think we're just duping the Moon Guard. And by that I mean, we've done it. It's done. Oh, it's Kel, the worst of all creations. Truly a miserable pile of despair. Alright, well. Yeah. Cat, you are in the way. Please lay down. Alright, well, we get the kill there, and then we're gonna do this, and then they take some damage, and so be it, I guess. Stupid sap guy. Yeah, the problem with changing phase is it's bad for me, kind of. Yeah, that looks pretty bad for me. I just wanted the... conduit, but the greed is sort of a problem. Oh, I keep reading about Versatile Ember Staff, so let's, you know, do that in a slightly better order. Not that it was the most helpful thing to draw, but, you know, here it is. Also, I should probably be putting that conduit elsewhere. Oh, well. Yeah, we'll do that just so we get the kill. Because drawing Scourges is just real bad. Yeah, well. Alright, let's take a little bit of pyre damage. Yeah, I know. I didn't really need to play both of those and probably shouldn't have. Oh well, I don't know. It's fine. Okay, so we fly you down here, now there's melee weakness, now there's more melee weakness, and we don't bother with any goddamn other thing. And now, he hits for 761, and then we kill him in the first round, and Kel, the Great Disruptor, dies as he has always deserved to do. Spec of the Banished is okay. Punk Shredder with Dualism doesn't do anything for us, but overall, is not a bad thing when we've got some big, beefy boys. I don't know that I want that, though. Like, it would be really nice, but I would have to get, like, the Tome at the right time, or the Rising Rage. Alright, I'm gonna take it anyways. I am gonna take Eclipse Chamber. Because that does mitigate my problems as well. Okay. So I've got 6. Which is probably fine. I can cut out playing the Astrologer to make the Eclipse Chamber deployable. I think that's okay. Bloodthirsty Blade is kind of cute. I could get another Ethereal Sealy. I do like Ethereal Sealies. I don't think I like need it right here, though. And then we're duping Tome of the Lost Path, though I wish that it had, like, Spell Chain on it, but fine. Ooh. Again, I need to stop committing to that early. Alright, well, we're doing this, though it's not as good as if this were Celebrate Talos. Damn, never golded, plus 15 Magic Chamber. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, in later fights, we're going to have to set up on bottom floor so we can deal with the awfulness that is the Twisted Amalgams, which again, I think are overall fairly well-designed enemies, but they are a problem for us. Alright, so we now get scaling every turn from the Eclipse Chamber, which is pretty nice. Yeah. I wanted to proc the Versatile Ember Staff, but I couldn't have done that, and I mean, well, I could have done it, I suppose. Just not the way that I was thinking. Yeah, I wanted this, but I wasn't sure if we would get it. Okay, so. Enjoy some melee weakness. And yes, I know I'm sapping myself to oblivion. That's fine. And I'm not really protecting the steward. And he's very likely to die, but, you know, needs must. Well, that's fine. He's gonna die. But Aldmir, Punk Shredder, Wicked. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll just knock you out. And I do get sapped more. Oh well. It's still worth it. Because it's giving me armor on the Sealy, it's giving me conduit, it's giving me everything I've ever desired. Whatever. We should be in good shape. I mean, doing all that doesn't really matter. Like, I have a bunch of Valor, so I'm still getting a bunch of armor, regardless if they're attacking me or not. Oh no, I got myself sapped. However, shall I manage? Okay, so Talos moves. Talos moves. And then the Sealy moves. And then they both have melee weakness 6 on them and get exploded. I like Everlasting Light. I probably like Cursed Twinblade more in this specific instance. Benediction also pretty good though. I actually might want the Benediction now that I've said that. But Cursed Twinblade is cool. Nonetheless, I think we just want Benediction, even though it gives me another calcified ember. Moonrise is cute, but not really applicable. And Glittering Draught, I don't really care about. The Conduit is fine for me here, but it's whatever. I think we're going to the right. God, my deck is still just kind of a mess. Okay. I mean, Moonlit Glaive is not bad. I'm not generating, like, an insane amount of conduit, but we'll still take it. Okay. Intrinsic, you say? Okay, so what am I currently looking at? The problem is that I want to get the Punk Shredder out at the same time that I have the Tome. Putting the Tome on just any old unit, though, is not bad, because it allows me to play around Talos. I think we're willing to do that. I guess we're going to do that. Sure. Well, I guess we're doing that. Could do this. I don't super mind, though it might do some value for me in the long run. Alright, whatever. Let's get rid of some cards. My deck is a bit of a mess. Mostly it's pretty strong, but it's a bit clumsy as fuck as well. I don't love the damage shield situation, but I think we're just gonna set up bottom floor and we'll be okay. Okay, how kind of you to show up, my buddy, my pal. I wasn't really planning on that, but what a joyous day. Alright, look at us go. So we play that, we play that, we play that. Triggers the Ember Staff. And thus we continue our domination. And we can trigger the Ember Staff again and play out an Inspire. I saw someone let a shield bear leak in the Pyre Room with 54 attack thanks to Kale falling in. They were flabbergasted. Yeah, it's pretty gross. But, like, that's what happens, unfortunately. Yeah, whatever, we'll just give that to you. It is the problem of this fight. Like, again, I'm not joking when I do forget that I actually probably wanted the front one because we have Trample. Oh, well. I'm not joking when I describe this fight as kill it on bottom floor or lose. Like, that is very much the case. Anyways, I could be doing way more damage and could be killing Kale. Nope. Hi, cat. Yeah, Kale following the unit that makes it past the first floor is hella rude. Yeah, it's real gross. Yeah, again, I could have killed this turn if I had done this slightly differently. Actually, I had forgotten that that was the way I could trigger it as well. Do bosses always move in the same pattern if all three floors have units on them? No, I believe they don't. They just always bounce to, outside of specific situations, they bounce to a floor that has a unit of yours that they are not currently on. So they just ran in between the other two floors, I believe. Sal, I have a Monster Train 2 development related question. What is your question? Dear Tiny. We're not taking Heavenfall. We're not taking these. I mean, Heavenfall's cool, but why do they add so much blush to Talos? Couldn't tell you. We are going here. And it's up to melee weakness 3, though we're not that good at shifting. Heavenfall is probably my favorite card, always so cool to play. It's a cool card, I really like it, and in general, I did want them to have more things in Monster Train 2 that affected all floors. Which they didn't end up doing that, but I appreciate Heavenfall as a spell. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll take this. It's not incredible for us, but I do like that overall. And it's pretty low opportunity cost. Okay. shouldn't do that because it makes it less reliable that I draw the Punk Shredder early, but, you know, here we are. I also still have multitudes of problems to solve, namely, I don't have a good option to deal with the sweepers. I kind of do, mostly don't. Sure, I kind of wish there were all floor buffs to further encourage using 2 or 3 floors in a run. Yes, that is part of what I had envisioned, and they ended up not doing that, so it is what it is. Feel the need to sneeze, and I know it's not going to happen. It's going to drive me crazy. Well, I'm just going to suffer then. Okay. We have to give up on one of these things. We're going to give up on the Eclipse Chamber so we can get 2 Taloses and live that double Talos-shaped life. Oh, yeah, I could have stopped the Scourge. I wasn't paying attention. I just forgot that that's the thing they were going to do, sadly. Well, this is a windy room at home setup. I mean, you're not altogether wrong. Well, sorry, astrologer, but one of you is gonna die. Well, so be it. God, I have so much shift capability and it doesn't really matter. Particularly because I don't have trample. I could have trample now. But you're mostly just gonna get murdered by doing that. Yeah, unfortunately, can't freeze you. Oh well. Okay, I do actually need to do some shifting now. There we go. Because for the most part, I haven't needed to do that for this entire fight. Also, I'm being so slowed down by this. Okay. You want to see something cute? Let's do something cute. Oh, that one's on cooldown. Well. Alright. Look at us go. Yeah, technically that does make this worse. That's fine. May as well ascend the boss. Why ascend the boss when we can descend the team? And then hit for 3,000 and all that jazz. Even though I actually made myself weaker by not being in New Moon. I don't know, Begone's fine, we're not going to worry about it. Cover of Night is nice, but I don't think any of this matters a whole ton right now. I mean, Cover of Night kind of is useful. But we're going to skip it nonetheless. I don't really need to heal anymore. We're going to go here just in the hopes that we get something that helps me. Yeah, that helps. Okay, so I have to decide which way that I want to help. Because I could do the Celestial Storm to start shooting the sweepers. That is probably the better play. I could also do the Benediction to just block. But that's probably not as good. Captain's Halo is fine. We'll take that. Gotta decide what I'm doing. It's probably better to do Celestial Storm. I just don't, like, super care. I could just do this. Honestly, I could also just dupe this, and then we could be casting it twice a turn. Yeah, fuck it. Lost luggage is huge. No, it's not. It's actually pretty okay for me. It's not, like, super important since I have several, like, intrinsic things already. I was just stopping before doing it in case there were other things I wanted to spend the gold on. I do think we're probably taking it. Yeah, fine. It's not super helpful for me, but it's okay. Okay, melee weakness. Kind of forgot. That's okay. Okay, so and then you can fly down here, and then you can fly down here. You may notice that he already has 21 melee weakness on him, which is kind of cute. Actually, could I just kill you this turn? I don't think I could. I'm not going to try, but it is an intriguing premise. That's really not enough? Oh, it's because you're alive. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, need to do this slightly different. Alright, we're gonna set deployment slightly different. I forgot that that would not be enough. I was thinking that I was fine with the... Anyways, we're doing this. There are other ways I can do things as well. This is the one that I've chosen to do. Okay. Because then we can Rising Rage you. Which is not exactly how I want to do that. That's fine. You're going there. We don't get nearly as much melee weakness on him. That's not a big deal. Not the ideal way to do this. That's not a big deal, though. Okay. We should be fine. Okay. Maybe we're not fine. Because I did kind of neglect that you're taking a hit right here. Well, we'll try it and see what happens. Yeah, you're the worst. We get it. So if I don't play the merge equipment this way... And poor Hymnus dies because I'm not getting him onto our floor. Oh yeah, and there was a reason that I wanted to be set up on bottom floors, because of those guys. Well... I think I should probably be doing this differently. And I definitely should have holed over the spell, the damage spell instead. Yeah, there's definitely better ways to be doing this. Like, not having the Punk Shredder is not great. Yeah. Maybe try to one-shot Seraph early. I was thinking about it, and I think that is worth trying. I can definitely win this in a number of ways, but I am intrigued by that plan nonetheless. Okay. So, let's see how much I can do. So, that goes there. Oops, I forgot that I need to do this in slightly different order, because he doesn't matter unless Talus is already in front of him. As in, the shifting doesn't work unless Talus is already in the right spot. So you get that. You're doing that. Yeah, it's not quite a kill, but it is impressive. Well, we'll see what we can do. Unfortunately, poor Punk Shredder is not relevant. Well, we'll see what we can do. Cat, what are you doing? Oh, that is a lot less damage there. Well, so be it. We'll leave it anyways. Cat. Oh, my poor Pyre. Oh, I'm definitely going to take even more damage, which is real bad. Yeah, I should have saved one of my shifts last turn. Yeah, I'm not doing great. Yeah, what are you doing? And why are you doing it? I think she sees a bug or something, but I don't see the bug that she sees. And that is concerning in its own right. Yeah, let's kill that. Alright, we have the kill. That's good enough. Not great. I still took a lot of damage on this fight. But, whatever. Yeah, we are at 40. Hey, hold on one second. I need to get this cat to not attack artwork. Alright, hopefully we've deterred her enough for the moment. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. I mean, I should be okay because I can bully savagery for a bunch of turns if I actually need to. Like, my damage output isn't great. Let's be very clear about that. But okay. Right, so you get that, and actually let's do these first, because that's the correct way to do this. Yeah, I do leave one of the divinities unplayed here, but I think that's fine. Yeah, I guess I'll do that as well. Alright, well, we do a lot of damage to Entropy already. We do take some higher damage, and you're going to be a jerk, whatever. I could have Rising Raged on Savagery, so he wouldn't be hurting my floor. Oh well, we'll see what happens. Okay, well, Savagery and Entropy are both down. Now we just need to kill Dominion, which I don't have a quick and easy way to do. Oh, well, fine. Not great, because I'm actually leaking a guy here, and I am letting something die. But, yeah, I actually ended up taking more damage there than I thought I would. I do get the double Pyrolites, which is cute. Because this fight is weird that it allows you to do that. Yeah, it's not enough, though. Yeah, I needed to have not taken as much damage earlier. I mean, I can still probably redo this. Like, my deck is not great, let's be clear about this. Yeah, because, like, you're going to kill me just on your attack. If you didn't, I'd be very close to a victory. So, let's do this a little differently. Hey, Sal, what's cooking? We're cooking bad decks. But, overall, it's fine. How you doing, Asuv? Alright. Okay. So. You are going here. You are going here. I don't have the Rising Rage here, so we don't need to worry about that yet. You're going there. I guess we're doing like this, which is not entirely how I want to do it, but that's fine. And we do that. Doing good, still figuring out if Talos can celebrate, have this a noob trap or not. I think it's fine. I think people get way more bent out of shape about it than it deserves. I think it's a fine pathway. Okay, so we move you, which gives a bunch of melee weakness. And now Entropy is pretty fucked, and we're blocking Savagery for a little bit. What are you doing, cat? Yeah, unfortunately, all of the melee weakness here... Not the melee weakness, the multi-strike chews through my damage shields. It does make my dudes notably weaker if the Seelie dies. But that's probably okay. Might be easier to pull off if Talos had more HP, because you want Talos to survive to trigger it, but you also want the others to survive so someone's left alive to benefit from it. Yeah, but like, especially in the early battles, you don't really need that many units to survive. Like, even if you have just a single unit surviving, that's fine. Like, it's okay. There we go. I forgot that he was alive. He's basically dead anyways, so we just play him down here. Although I should have done that earlier before I did the Benediction, which was my mistake. I'm not going to fix it right now. And it's not a big deal mostly anyways, because most of the damage we're taking is from the sweep. well, this is basically sorted. We're going to do it once just so that we're getting entropy here. And then we're just waiting on Dominion, basically. I mean, it's kind of a greed path. Have to consider starting deck a bit. She can maybe use a +2/+2 or something, but it's fine. Yeah, like, I think there's room for improvement, but overall I don't think it's that big a deal as is. Nah, whatever. Just waiting to kill Dominion. My deck is kind of a clusterfuck, but for the most part, we're fine. Also, I can kind of just let you get to the Pyre Room, and then you'll fight a bit, and that's okay. We'll just daze you for a turn anyways. Well, I can't not play that, so... If that dude gets to the Pyre Room, does that mean Relentless Combat and Dominion dies sooner? Yeah, kind of. Oh, and you are healing Entropy, but it doesn't really matter, because Entropy is going to take a bunch of damage down here anyways. Okay, and now he gets up here, and then yes, it does shoot him, which gets us 2 Firelights. Like, it both shot him in extra time, and also we get Firelight 1 and Firelight 2, because for some reason that's how it works. Anyways, we win it. It's messy, because we win in at 40, but we still win. My deck was not particularly strong. It has moments. If I were more reliably able to get the trample on the floor, and if I had, like, quick or slightly better defense, we would have been in great shape. But the multi-strike was really messing with us. Because I was only generating 2 damage shields a turn, and so as long as enemies were not attacking, like, you know, 8 times, I was fine. But any time where... Like, there was one floor where we had, I think, 4 enemies that were each attacking twice, plus Entropy, plus the Corruption at the end of the turn. Really not good for me. But, there we go. There we go. Anyways, that's it for the night, because I need to sleep at some point. So, that's that. I also have a friend who's bought the game but doesn't play it, so I get to beat his something at the end of each run. Fair enough. Oh, man. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everyone. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll play more Monster Train. Hope you're having a good time. I'll see you then.